Hey, there we are. I think everything's working. Morning, morning, everyone. Morning, morning. F1 is underway. Again, for the third day straight. Oh, the last day of testing. We've made it, guys. We made it here. We made it here. Why is our chat not working? In fact, I don't need that there if that's down at the bottom. There we go. Everything's coming through now. Lovely. Yes, it will be interesting to see what changes have been made to cars, which actually I need to get up my TV coverage. Five rookies on track. Yes, who is doing the morning session? So Antonelli, Alonso, Albon, of course, is in the car all day today. Verstappen is in the car all day today. So yeah, it seems to be that those... Antonelli's done every single morning session, isn't he? I think Antonelli's done every single morning session, which is... Is he? No, he hasn't. So basically, yeah, I think everyone who's like kind of swapped over... Would you be interested in testing a car at different circuits, like 4 cars at one... or different likewise? No, Russell did yesterday. Okay, fair enough. Good to see you, Georgian. Good to see you back. Good afternoon from Nepal. Good to see you again, Pil. Right, I was getting my TV coverage up. I hope everyone in here has watched my predictions video. I slogged long and hard recording and editing that for you guys. I know most of you probably just skip to the end. It's what people do. But I can't stop myself from talking, so it always ends up being a bit longer than I wanted it to. I don't feel like I can condense it down into 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Morning, Jimmy. Morning. So, yes, today is the last day of testing. Why is it only saying 17 cars? So, is there a couple of drivers only doing today? Let's have a look. We'll be able to find out on, as always... online. Why have I not got? Very odd. There's nothing fun on iRacing right now. SF is so dead these hours. I've resorted to Minecraft. Leclerc straight in with a 32.7. Yeah, you need to find something else to do, man. Why can I not find? Why have the BBC not got their live? BBC F1 live. Here we go. Got it. No, actually, they haven't even started it yet. Why are they not started it? Just started iRacing a few days ago after watching my streams. Oh, really, Jimmy? Can I find who's running? I think there's 3 drivers today. I think there's an extra driver doing all day. Who can I not see? Who else isn't there? Lance Stroll's not there. Lance Stroll isn't doing... What? Lance Stroll isn't doing any testing today? Really? Really? Why is he not doing any testing? He decided to go play tennis? Or did he see my predictions video last night and went, "Ah, what's the point? What's the point?" No Lance Stroll this morning, according to Aston Martin, as he wasn't feeling 100% overnight. Alonso will do the morning. Team will confirm afternoon lineup in due course. So he may still turn up this afternoon, but at the moment they've kind of said he's not going to be there. So no spatial awareness IQ. Yeah, that's a lot of unfortunate. That's the unfortunate thing about a lot of the lower formulas. I mean, it's not to say you don't get it in the upper formulas, but yeah. Everyone thinks they're kind of Max Verstappen when it comes to super formula. Sorry, not the big super formula, but the lower formula cars. So, right, so air temperature is the warmest it has been all week, ladies and gentlemen. 16.8 degrees Celsius. Yes, that is the warmest it has been all week. 25.5 degree track temperature. So, going to be a useful day of testing for these teams. Of course, the big talking point last night was not actually Carlos Sainz, from what I looked at online, but it was the race simulations that Mercedes, Ferrari, and McLaren did yesterday. And, well, everyone seemed to be super impressed by Lando Norris's race simulations. He did the race simulations on a different compound of tyres. He did it on the same compound of tyres as Leclerc and Antonelli, but he started on the softer compound of tyre compared to the other two who were on the harder compound. And, well, his times look very impressive. It looked very impressive. But, of course, there is the caveat of not knowing fuel loads and stuff like that, because Ferrari's race pace on that race simulation that they did yesterday, there was actually around a tenth slower overall than Antonelli on average per lap. So I don't suspect that will be the case come Australia. They were saying it was around 30 seconds. Yeah, 20 to 30 seconds is what he supposedly won by. But we don't know fuel loads. We don't know what type of fuel they had in the car, what engine modes they were running. I mean, that's even to say for McLaren. They probably still have more in the tank as well. So, yeah. Do I see Lindblad being hype trained into a racing ball seat next year? I'm not so sure. Would he be hype trained? I don't know. I think he's kind of gone under the radar to an extent. But I think Red Bull internally have a lot of hope on him. And if Isaac Hadjar, if he's having like a stellar first season in F1, I mean, I don't know if he's got enough super license points. That's the question. He's got enough super license points to be in F2 because he only just gained those. But I'm not sure if he would have enough super license points to be promoted halfway through the season. Maybe someone can confirm that for me. But yeah, I think he is. I think he's definitely one to keep an eye out for. I've heard rumours, I've heard rumblings of him for quite some time. And yeah, very highly rated within Red Bull. I've heard as highly rated as Max Verstappen was when he was coming through the ranks. So yeah, definitely one to just keep an eye out on if you're watching, if you keep an eye out on F2 this year. So mic crack, yeah. The sun is out. Is the sun out at Bahrain? That's the first time in a week, isn't it? So, isn't he supposed to replace Yuki next year? I think that's what they're probably lining him up for, Glenn. Yes. Yeah. I personally, I think Red Bull also do like Hadjar. They've given Hadjar quite a lot of rookie tests. When like obviously F1 have had to provide them. So I think they've put quite a lot of stock in Hadjar as well. So unless Hadjar does something Nick De Vries level and like just crashes the car constantly, I can't see him being dropped like midway through the season. I think he'll be given the full year. I think he'll be given. I think ideally that's probably their lineup for next year at RB is Arvid Lindblad making that progression up for F2 and Hadjar moving up. Sorry, staying where he is. Hey, Timo, good to see you, mate. I'm doing very well, thank you. Doing very well. These early mornings, I'm getting used to them. Not that I don't wake up early for work, but it's a very different feeling, and you're a bit more motivated to get up in the morning and those early mornings when you know you're going to come and chat F1 all day. So. Ben, good to see you, mate. Earlier on, you went. You have a German test on the same Thursday of the OzGP, but do you go to the GP and then change into school uniform and go to period 5 and 6? Oh, you can't miss out on the GP. If you've got tickets to the GP, I'm sure your teachers will remind you. I mean, who needs German anyway, unless you live in Germany or Austria? What countries speak German? With respect to Germany, I've never been. But as a language, I think you can get by in the world without learning certain languages. Calling it, Yuki is going to be Alonso's retirement replacement with Honda back in. Yeah, we were chatting about it. We've just spoken about this. I think Yuki, unless he ends up in a seat like Cadillac on the grid, I can't see many other places where a spot on the grid is going to be available for next year because most of it's wrapped up. I think he'll end up I think he'll be their reserve driver at Aston Martin, and then he'll step in when Alonso retires, yeah. Can you ask for some sim racing advice, Timo? Of course you can. If you end up in a split and the strength of field is higher than expected, how do you try to capitalise? You just need to do your own thing, really. Try and qualify as high as you can. But look, if you're aware that the drivers around you are much quicker and you want to capitalise, depends, like are you looking for I rating, are you looking for rating on like ACC? If that's your aim is to get rating, then pick and choose your battles, really. That's what you need to do. Don't maybe necessarily lose time fighting someone who's is setting considerably quicker lap times than you and let them through, because they may battle the lads ahead of you and you may be able to take advantage of them coming together or them getting like slowing the cars up ahead of you. So yeah. What's that? Oh, what is happening to Antonelli? I don't know. That is obviously F1 data. That is not my doing. So yeah, I don't know what's happening. I did see you guys going, what's wrong with Antonelli? I'm like, he's fine. But no, I don't know what's wrong with his marker. That's an F1 issue. I mean, I can try restarting the track map. If the track map hasn't... It will restart the track map, but if he's still where he is, then that's because it's an F1 issue. Yeah, it's a data issue. So that's not me. So don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Ferrari better be sandbagging if that's a thing, if they are very much hyped. Yeah, look, I think the drivers have been saying it as well. No one knows where they truly are, to be honest with you. What I will they won't know until like in 2 weeks' time. But what I will say is that McLaren do have an air of confidence around them whenever they're interviewed, just looking at their faces. So yeah, what's going to be interesting today is, of course, Verstappen in the Red Bull. Where is that Red Bull? Because Lawson had issues yesterday. He was able to get in eventually more laps, but yeah, an interrupted day for Liam Lawson and Red Bull yesterday. But of course, everyone wants to see what Max can do. So no doubt there'll be a race. You'd suspect there'd be a race sim at some point and some performance runs, which we saw yesterday, of course, from a few of the drivers. Where's the lap times there? There we go. So I do have lap time history as well, which we can look at later on in the day. Obviously, not a lot of laps conducted at the moment. Morning, Doctor. Yeah, Qatar starts in a few hours. Why is it starting on a Friday? Seems a bit bizarre, but it's starting on a Friday. Why is it not starting on a Saturday? But I guess like Middle Eastern countries, their weekends are a bit different, aren't they? Friday and Saturday is considered a weekend, isn't it? Not a Sunday. Will do and get canned mid-season? Yes, I think so. I think not even mid-season. So we at Miss Apex kind of got a bit of an inside scoop yesterday from someone who's very, very close to a former team principal and a friend of the podcast. So go check out Miss Apex. But basically, Alpine is currently going through the process of a sale. So you kind of heard that here first, guys. Go listen to, if you want more elaboration, go listen to the latest Miss Apex podcast. But yes, Alpine is currently in the middle of selling before the end of the year. So stay tuned for that. Naming rights and all. So yes, it's not just going to be a change of ownership. It'll be change of naming rights. Yeah. Not really unexpected. I think I've always predicted that Alpine are just like they're looking to sell. You don't bring Flavio Briatore in to move the team forwards. You're bringing him in to divest the company. And rumours have it, Renault have been looking for a way out of F1 for quite some time. So, yeah. Isn't Toyota rumoured to buy them? No. So, we don't know who's buying them yet. I don't believe it's Toyota because they've got that technical partnership with Haas. I think it is Hitech. So, Ollie Oakes, who is the team principal of Alpine at the moment, Hitech. Now, we've been having a bit of discussion and a bit of... having a bit of a discussion and having like a brainstorming in our WhatsApp groups. And Hitech is, or was, massively backed by Mr. Mazepin. Uralkali, the obviously oil company, the sponsor, they were massive sponsor of Hitech. And I think there are still sanctions in place, particularly for Mazepin because he's one of the oligarchs, and I think this might be like a backdoor route into Mazepin getting back into F1. Nikita still wouldn't be able to race, I believe. However, I mean, look, negotiations are ongoing in the war. If there's a peace deal and sanctions are lifted, I'm just saying we could have the return of Nikita Mazepin. But it seems more likely that it's Hitech. Apparently, there's a 75% share that is on offer for around 700 million. So 25% of it is already owned by Ryan Reynolds and that investment group. Where you've got like X amount of sports stars like Rory McIlroy, Anthony Joshua, they all own like a bit of the pie. But yeah, mostly this basically you'd be the majority shareholder, you'd be the majority owner, and yeah, we'll see. Why would you sell an F1 license to print money? Surely they could hire a Gunther Steiner who manages it all. To be honest, I don't think Gunther Steiner is that good. I don't think it's a coincidence that Haas have made steps in the right direction and moved further up the grid as soon as Gunther Steiner left. So I should do a watch along for the endurance race. Yeah, maybe in the future. The problem is, Timo, is that I like doing watch alongs like this where I've got the track map and stuff, and I don't think the WEC incorporate. There is a WEC incorporation to Multiviewer, but it's not that good at the moment. So maybe in the future. Swear Alpine did doing dirty, no seat, no hair, so no girls. Yeah, sorry, someone said you said doing was a panic buy. I don't think so much it was a panic buy. I think he was the only driver who was an option at the time without them spending a considerable amount of money. I don't think it's a coincidence that they went after Colapinto after they secured or knew they were going to secure 6th in the Constructors' Championship, because they got extra millions in the bank from prize money. If they didn't get 6th and they didn't have that Brazil performance, I don't think they probably would have secured Colapinto, because they had to buy Colapinto out of his Williams contract. We knew the figures being rumoured were about 10 million to buy him out of that contract. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good selling point for Alpine. And this is the thing again, isn't it? Is that you make Alpine look better to investors by going, look, we've got Gasly, who's an experienced driver. He's won a race. He used to be at Red Bull. Look how well he's done for the team. And then you've got Colapinto, this driver who came onto the scene and took his opportunity. He's like the next Senna, and he's bringing millions in sponsors with him, and that looks very nice to investors and potential buyers, compared to, with respect, Jack Doohan, who probably doesn't bring anywhere near as much as cash with him or lucrative deals as Colapinto. So you heard that BMW are considering returning to F1 in the next few years. Really? I feel like BMW would only return as an engine supplier, though. I don't know if they would return as a full team. Could be wrong. But, I mean, who would be that 12th team? That is the question. The 12th team is going to have to be someone, I guess, who's already got a racing pedigree. Who's going to be willing to set up new manufacturing facilities, or... like, it's going to be hefty for them to come in. Who am I predicting to be in Cadillac? I do think Sergio Perez. I think Sergio Perez is probably a given, because if he's Mexican. Technically, that is part of North America. And he brings a shed load of cash with him. Like, he will put bums on seats for Cadillac. He'll sell a shitload of merch, bring a shed load of cash with him, which will help ease the burden of their entry into F1. He pays his own wage. That was the deal at Red Bull as well, is that his sponsors basically paid for his wage, which was 10 million, I think, a year. And then they'll probably they may go for quite an experienced driver lineup. I actually don't think, we were discussing this yesterday, I don't know how you pick a current American racing driver who's going to do a decent job in that seat at the moment. There is talks of IndyCar drivers, but are any of them, with respect to them, can you see them jumping into F1 and doing a job that would, like Colton Herta has been discussed and stuff, like, would they really jump in and take an F1 car up to the points? Because Cadillac don't want to be languishing at the back. They don't. So, you reckon, Haiku? You reckon? You can class up for them, Taco. Well, you're below the minimum weight. Hey, Alan, good to see you, mate. Welcome, welcome. 3rd day in a row. Good to see you back. Why did they ask them to cut their hair? Does make you wonder. Did they ask them to cut their hair? It does make you wonder, doesn't it? I think Gasly's having some... is losing his hair, unfortunately. I think all the men in his family have lost their hair earlier than they would like to be honest. Herta, as long as you want to go, unless you want to go Sargent. Do I think Andretti is trying to buy it? Buy what? Alpine? No, Andretti is basically Cadillac. But I don't know why. I don't think it's really been announced why, but Liberty Media clearly didn't want... What's going on with the data, by the way? It's really laggy at the moment, isn't it? What is going on with the data? Something's going on. There's a big delay with the data this morning, isn't there? timer's going down, but the data is struggling to be sent from F1 this morning. It's having some issues. It's not just me. I'm looking at some other channels, and yeah, F1 is having issues this morning with the data being sent. So bear with us, guys. Bear with us. It's just F1 struggling. Where was I? Train of thought. Yeah, sorry. Basically, Cadillac is Andretti, except it's just got Cadillac on it. Liberty Media they don't like Andretti for some reason. Oh, Charles Leclerc. So the timing screens are still working, but the track map's got an issue with it. Let's reload the track map. Let's see if that works. No, something wrong with the data this morning that's being sent through. So yeah, really interesting, really, why that is. Andretti's ruffled some feathers somewhere, or maybe it's just an image thing. Oh, they've all gone. All the icons have gone. Yeah, maybe it's just an image. They don't like Andretti's image, and they wanted a car manufacturer to be at the head of it, because it's the same deal. It's the same deal. So, you think all 8 drivers from the top 4 teams will win a race? I can see that happening, you know. I mean, especially with 24 race weekends now and 6 sprint races, it's a possibility. Some people have no clue on what they're talking about. I saw someone say that Lewis won't win a race this year because he'll be adjusting to the car. I mean, I do think he'll win a race, yeah, with 24 on offer, but I don't believe... I mean, maybe you can question how many races he'll win. I mean, no one's ever given to win a race, but I don't think... He's not in that Mercedes at the end of the day, is he? So... Of the Sky 1 reporters' personalities, whose opinion do I respect the most? I'm surprised. I know he's not on here this weekend because he is commentating the World Endurance Championship. I really like Anthony Davidson. I think Anthony Davidson is so balanced. He's very analytical. And he is... While he's not opinionated, he just said... to an extent, he says it how he sees it. He analyses the moments. He analyses the data. And that's it. And then that's how he does it. Brundle for me used to be the GOAT, but I feel like as it's gone on, and look, he's not a young lad anymore. I feel like some of his assessments on moments I find myself completely disagreeing with. Whereas before I used to just agree with him all the time. But I feel like there's a lot of moments where I'm like, Martin, are you seeing the same thing that I'm watching? And that's not to say that I'm right, but I find myself disagreeing more with Brundle now over the last, like, 4 years, 5 years, maybe, 6 years, than I ever used to. So. He's great in World Endurance Championship. Yeah. I mean, Anthony Davidson knows his stuff. And even though he's got ties to Mercedes because he is their sim development driver, he is their sim driver, I think he's very he's not unwilling to criticize Mercedes, even though he's employed by them. Like, but he doesn't go in on people. He's not a guy who's like very opinionated. He just says it kind of how he sees it, in a sense. He analyzes what he's seen from a racing driver perspective, and yeah, I like that. You must be wrong because he's right. You're young, Taco. You'll learn. For me, it's Sam Collins. Yeah, well, Sam Collins is technically... I'm being technical here now, John. I like Sam Collins too. However, technically, he's not part of Sky. He's part of F1 TV. So, just to let you know. But I personally used to like... I did like Damon Hill as well. I did like Damon Hill. And I know people will say, well, all he did was criticise Max Verstappen. No, he didn't. But Damon Hill is a Formula 1 world champion. And I always thought Damon Hill kind of said it how he is. And he didn't necessarily go in on people, but I think I think he'll be missed. I really do. And I think you need someone to do... I think he kind of says it how he saw it. I think Johnny Herbert probably went over the line a few times, and I can see why he was let go. But Damon Hill, I think, at the end of the day, like, he dished out criticism where it was due. He criticised Lewis, he criticised Max, he criticised Lando, and I thought he was very good. And It's a shame that he's been let go, really. So, I find he's great at analysing racing overtakes and stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Anthony Davidson is very good. If there's a contentious kind of... If there's something contentious that's happened on track, watch Anthony Davidson's analysis, because he'll be able to give you a better insight into what the drivers are thinking at this moment in time, and I find myself agreeing with his analysis a lot. All is forgiven, John. Oh, double yellow. Why are they throwing a double yellow down there? The data has been... I mean, the data has been on the... is a bit drunk at the moment, so I don't know what that is for. Has something happened down on the start-finish straight? Has something flown off of a car? DRS has been disabled, and now it's back again. Jolyon Palmer's really good as well. Yeah, Jolyon Palmer's very good. He's very... same thing as Anthony Davidson. Like, him and Anthony Davidson are on par for me. Anthony Davidson just does it for Sky. Jolyon Palmer does it for F1 TV. And they're both the same. They're very analytical and former racing drivers, and they know the rules as well, and analyse it. Oh, that's why there was a double yellow. Ollie Behrman's engine cover has bent backwards. What? The air intake elements of Ollie Behrman's engine cover has flown off and is bent off. What's happened there? That's why there was a double yellow, because they didn't know if Ollie Behrman was going to be coming down the start-finish straight. What has happened there? Damon was good for a stretch. He's never told the truth about the Senna. He's covered Newey's butt diplomatically. Look, I'm not going to get into that, obviously. But I don't think the engine... I mean, where the engineers at fault, I don't know. But Damon, in regards to... I think what he did is that he said it how he saw it, but he wasn't emotional. He wasn't aggressive with the way that he said things. He just... That's it. He said it how he saw it. From his perspective, and I think you need that with Pundit. So under the day, wow, that's a fair chunk. Why is that come off of the Haas car there? The whole left side engine cover has come off. Someone not bolted down properly or fix it correctly. That's very bizarre. Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, when you've got pundits, that's what you want them there for. You do want some opinions. You don't want everyone being scared to say what they think and say what they've seen, because what's the point? That's why we want pundits. That's why content creators have become more and more popular in just kind of the sports field, no matter what sports it is, because a lot of the TV production companies are not willing to upset the powers that be that give them the contracts and upset the teams and that. I mean, yeah. Left side of Haas just flew off. Yeah, I don't know why. Someone obviously didn't fix that down. Haas too fast for its bodywork. This is why they've been going slow all week. Nobody ever told the truth about Senna. It's because people would go to jail if they did. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he got investigated a lot, didn't he? Newey and stuff. Sorry, I got a tickle in my throat. I think only 6 out of the 8 drivers in the top 4 teams will win a race. Lawson and Antonelli probably won't win a race this season due to lack of experience and competition this year. We'll see. Yeah, we're all hoping that we're going to get multiple race winners this year. I think we will. But how many there'll be, I don't know. I mean, McLaren could come out and absolutely dominate again. Couldn't they? I'm not saying again, because they haven't dominated, have they? But early cold alert. Actually, it's not cold alert. It's I've never done so much consistent talking before. This is my 3rd day of what will be 8 hours on the spin of constantly talking. When I'm at work, I do 8-9 hours, but I'm not talking constantly. So This is new. As much as I love to talk, this is a lot for me, and my throat doesn't... My vocal cords and my throat doesn't really know what's hit it. They're going, chill, Scott, chill. Hey, Daisy. Morning, morning. Hamilton will win races year. I think Hamilton will win multiple races this year. For me personally, if you've seen my predictions, I do personally think it's going to be a championship battle between Ferrari and McLaren. I discussed Max Verstappen, and we all know Max can get more out of an underperforming car than most. And we saw what he did last year. However, I just think that there is going to be a further gulf in performance this season from Ferrari and McLaren compared to Red Bull. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I think because we saw a drop-off in their performance at the end of last year. Throughout the year. And the car doesn't look particularly great in testing at this moment in time. It looks a bit twitchy. Contrary to what Helmut Marko will tell you, that it's great, and Verstappen says it's great to handle. They're going to say that. I think they're also going to be probably have, like many teams, but I think they'll have more so one eye on 2026 and try and leapfrog the regulations again and get off to a good start like they did in this set, rather than necessarily focusing too much about this year. Because I truly think you can kind of... Obviously, Max wants to win every single race that he can and every single championship that he can. But you can 2026 is the important year for Max Verstappen at Red Bull. They have got their new engine partnership with Ford. It is so important for them to hit the ground running and to show to Max that he has got, or they are going to have a championship winning car, or at least be able to compete for championships, or if they're just off of the team or teams that come out of blocks fast, that he's not going to be sitting there at Red Bull like Mercedes were, like Lewis Hamilton was at Mercedes, for another 4 years until that car gets up to pace to win the championship. Max isn't going to hang around for that. So I think Red Bull know that, and that's why I think they may take focus away from 25 to 26 quite early. So, all with some buts, but that's my logic anyway. Hope the championship lights up and somehow Hamilton gets it, man. He deserves it. As I said in my predictions, I think he'll finish third. That's my head. My heart obviously wants him to win. Has a team ever said the car is crap? No, I don't think they have, have they? Not outright. Not outrightly. So, doesn't look good. They have to keep the sponsors happy. You lost me at your number 5 with my prediction. Well, that's fairs. That's fairs. Look, you may think Max may finish higher, but I don't think Max will finish 5th because of his ability. I don't doubt that. It's the car that I doubt, and the technical side of Red Bull, as I just mentioned. Red Bull screwed next year. Engine will be bad and no Nui. Well, this is it, isn't it? Is that there were rumours. Well, so their excuse last year was that the reason why the car dropped off in performance is that they went down a different development route, which apparently Nui told them not to go down. And the technical leadership there went, no, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Like, we know best. And Nui was like, all right. Well, I'm just telling you, like, while I'm working on the Aston Martin, while I'm working on the Valkyrie right now and the Aston Martin hypercar program, I'm just letting you know, don't go down that path. And they did, and that's their reason for saying that everyone caught up to them so quickly. I still think a certain device was removed off their car, as we discussed yesterday. But are they going to take that approach again? Are the technical leadership there? Like, this is now their time to step up and get out of Nui's shadow. And we'll see, won't we? Time will tell. But the engines, the rumours are the engines aren't... It's not going that great behind the scenes with Ford. They're struggling a bit. But it's still very early days and still plenty of time for them to sort them out. So, a team losing their dominance in the sport and having to rebuild must be a good thing for the 2025 season. Yeah, of course it is. We want competition at the end of the day. Regardless of who you support, You want competition, and even these drivers, as much as they want to win, there is a way to win it. There's a more enjoyable way to win it. They're racing drivers and they want to win, and they want hard-fought battles because it's so much more satisfying and gratifying. So, ratio of clockwise to anti-clockwise track. Can't remember. We did look at this at the end of last season. Not Max's year. Red Bull drop-off will be a thing. Lewis will outperform him, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll see. I'm intrigued to see how they get on, and I'm intrigued to see how Max will handle it if that is the case. I could be completely wrong, and Red Bull absolutely have a stonker of a car again, and they can win races. So what may benefit Max, and I did say this in the predictions, what may benefit Max is that Max is... Well, the Ferrari drivers and the McLaren drivers trip over themselves. And Max is able to take advantage of that by being the clear #1 driver. In those top 4 teams, other than George Russell, I think, but even then I don't think George Russell will be treated as a clear #1. He is the clear #1 driver in that team. There's no doubt. Whereas McLaren aren't willing to say Lando's the #1 driver. But Ferrari won't give priority to both drivers, at least at the start of the season. And yeah, Mercedes... Well, Mercedes, I don't think Mercedes will be up there anyway, but even so. How do I not have Russell in the top 3, JC? I did see your predictions. Purely because I don't think the Mercedes is going to be a good car. I think it'll be better. It's a better iteration than what we've seen before, but I don't think it's going to be on the level of the McLaren, of the Ferrari, and the Red Bull. And it doesn't matter how talented you are and how highly you rate a driver, you're still limited to the machinery underneath you. And I just think this set of regs is not where Mercedes have dropped the ball from day one. So Sam Collins just said he thinks Ferrari will win the World Drivers' Championship. Not for sure if Leclerc or Hamilton. I think it will be between McLaren and Ferrari. I really do. And I'm so looking forward to that. Did Adrian Huey work on the LMH for Aston Martin this year? He did, yeah. Yeah, he worked on the hypercar system for quite some time, yeah. And I think he was still working on it. He starts next month or next week, doesn't he? At Aston Martin. March was when he was starting, so. Rumours are the 2026 Merc is looking pretty amazing engine-wise. Yeah, I think those rumours have come from Mercedes, though. That was kind of their selling point to Verstappen. But yeah, I think people expect Mercedes to do well because they provide good engines, and the last engine relevant change in regs was dominated by Mercedes, of course, with the hybrid. So it's great to just see F1 and motorsports growing in general, with all the manufacturers coming in and showing interest in motorsports again. It's very epic, a definite golden age of racing. It definitely is, yeah, especially like World Endurance Championship and the amount of manufacturers that are joining that at the moment. They need to add more than 8 races, don't they, really? They need more races on that World Endurance calendar. If the Merc engine is good, McLaren will win in 2026. McLaren Aero team is way better than Merc. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is it. So, despite being a Lewis fan, I don't think he'll win his 8th this year. It's a bit ambitious as it's his first season in a properly competitive car. Oh, that's kind of my view on it. That is my view on it. And I also think it's a tall order to beat Charles Leclerc, considering how consistent Charles Leclerc is. I just have this sneaking suspicion that I really hope not. But I've just got this sneaking suspicion Lewis and Charles will smash it this year, but they'll be let down by the Ferrari team. The strategy, the pit stops. I just got a funny feeling that's what might cost them. I mean, McLaren weren't much better last year, but I feel like they're going to make a step forward. There are 14 clockwise circuits and 10 anti-clockwise circuits. Oh. What about the Dictator talking about the V10's return? Can I just mention the Dictator? Because there is an article that I did open up. This will make you laugh. This will make you laugh. So, he said, and if you're wondering who we're talking about Mohammed bin Salem of the FIA. Recently, there was a meeting of the motorsports world. There was a meeting of the World Motorsport Council on Wednesday, right? And there were two key figures in the FIA who refused to sign an NDA. So he wanted everything to be discussed in that council meeting to be under NDA, non-disclosure agreements, and they refused to sign it. So they were barred from being involved in the council meeting. I mean, he just, like... he's going to block anyone from going up against him, aren't they? In the elections this year. Yeah. I'm at a loss for words to the man. Yeah. Got a feeling it'll be Lando's year finally with Piastri close behind, judging by last year. I do think Lando's just going to... I think Lando's going to learn massively from last year, and I do think he's going to be at least fighting for the championship, yeah. And I think he's my bet this year. He is my bet, so... McLaren have a new wind tunnel, yep. Yeah, that must help for them. And Ish, any opinions on Arvin Lindblad? I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on him this year. I don't have any opinions on him because I haven't watched him race. I haven't really seen any of his stuff in F3 or the junior formulas, so it'd be unfair of me to comment on him. But I am going to be keeping an eye out because he is highly rated. We've mentioned it. I think he's being eyed up for F1 next year. And yeah, he seems to come across as a nice lad from what I've seen in his interviews. I've seen him interviewed a couple of times, but I haven't actually seen his racing. So yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out. Similar to Antonelli, really. I didn't know about Antonelli until kind of last year, or a couple of years ago. So yeah, I will let you know my thoughts when I've seen more of him. But yeah, going back to Mohammed bin Sulayem and V10s. Look, the return of V10 engines with synthetic fuels, renewable fuels, would be great. However, it's just not going to happen because the manufacturers won't allow it. It's got no relevance to the road at the moment. And that's the whole reason why we're moving to this new set of engine regs. So, unfortunately for F1 and for manufacturers, I don't know why they want to do it because I think F1 should just be treated as a separate thing, but they want some form of road relevance in their F1 cars because they can use it as a selling point. I mean, people are fickle, aren't they? And I guess people are stupid. They'll buy cars based on the fact of it. This is the technology we use in F1 and we're using it in our SUV, in our family car. But people, that's a selling point for a lot of people. So, yeah. Hey, Raven, you watched my predictions before the stream? Nice one, nice one. The Ox is going to take so many points away from Lando, though. Lando can't win because of it. I actually think Lando's got... I think Lando will feel comfortable that he's got the better of Piastri. Really do. I mean, he had the better of Piastri last year. I don't see why there's any reason why Lando would be scared of Piastri. So, I think Piastri's going to... As I said in the predictions, I think Piastri's going to make progression again this year. I just still feel we fall short. I think Lando's been doing it longer. He has better tyre management still, better race pace than Oscar. There'll be obviously tracks where Oscar's much quicker, but I think over a 24 race season, I just think Lando will still beat Piastri quite comfortably, as I said, as I think Leclerc will, as I think Lewis will. What is his plan? I don't understand. The man is killing the sport I grew up watching, honestly. I don't understand, for God's sake, in regards to Mohammed bin Sulayem. He's just... So, basically, Mohammed bin Sulayem is a failed former racing driver. He's an attention seeker. He wants to be the centre of attention, hence why he uses any opportunity he can to appear on camera at race weekends. And compare him to Jean Todt or former heads of the FIA... You would see them on the grid, but that's about it. They'd do the odd TV interview, and that's about it. But they were understated for the most part, and they'd quietly go about their business in running the FIA. He has a completely different approach to that, and he wants to be the center of attention. Simple as. He basically thinks F1 doesn't operate without him. And he's come to loggerheads with Formula One management, Liberty Media a few times, and yeah, that's basically it. And he's removed so many regulations and rules and processes within the FIA that are there to look after it internally, to ensure that a dictatorship doesn't happen. And he's basically just somehow managed to sack everyone that kind of push back against him. And now there's basically only yes men there. He's removed the internal policing delegate who was there to basically police the FIA, investigate the FIA. So there's none of that anymore. He's removed the process of the Motorsport Council members to vote and approve certain things. So he basically has just anointed himself as a dictator, and with 100% of power. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. What he says goes, and I don't see anyone standing up against him as it goes at the moment in the elections this year for the FIA presidency. And if no one does that, then he will be the default president again. So yeah, it's going to be mad. I mean, if you want to keep an eye out on drama, I mean, there's going to be stuff off track that's unfortunately is going to affect what happens on track with the FIA. So I can't remember who chose Soleil as to be president, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there was some. Remember FIFA, how they were giving countries, they were being bribed. It wouldn't surprise me if something like that had potentially gone on. So, going back to the first driving, being fined for swearing, that same rally driver and every driver and co-driver made a new organisation. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the World Rally Championship Drivers Association there, that whatever it is, they came out and basically slammed it, didn't they? They slammed that penalty. So, right, Lando Norris is out there, guys. Lando Norris is out there. He's actually done 9 laps this morning. Let's pay attention to some things that have happened on track. So Charles Leclerc set the fastest lap thus far of 30.8. Some way off what we saw fastest time yesterday, which was a 29.3. Will we see a sub 29 second? Will we see a lap time that's faster than last year's pole position, a 29.1? We were close yesterday. We were close, but not sure if we will. But of course, we'll be keeping an eye on race pace as well. Haven't seen Max has done 14 laps thus far on medium compound tyres. So a bit of a mixed bag really in the laps that he's done. So not doing any race runs at the moment. Maybe trying new parts, which supposedly they have on the car today. Why are there so few laps done? It started 55 minutes ago. The reason there's so few laps done is that none of the teams really do a lot of lapping in the first race, in the first kind of hour. That's been the case for the last few days. They just have their own run plans. They're getting things set up, changing parts on the car. So getting ready for the day ahead, or the session ahead. Yeah, Ferrari's team wasn't as bad last year as they've been in recent years. There was only a couple of standout moments like Canada and Silverstone. Yeah, that's basically. I mean, they've noticeably operationally been better since Fred Vasseur come in. Don't know about you guys, but I feel like their strategy department has been better. The engineers are more concise. I mean, for Charles Leclerc, one of the best things for him. Why have I got hair in my? One of the best things for him was the change of his engineer. His new engineer, is it Brian, is just so much more confident, so much more reassuring over comms to Charles than Javi was. And look, I'm sure that Javi is good at what he does, but he was never really confident and concise, and that seeds doubts in a driver's mind. So whereas the new guy, Brian is noticeably more confident and better, and that'll reassure Charles and allow him to do what he needs to do, which is ultimately drive the car. I can see Max doing. You can see Max doing an SVG, quitting, which nullifies all his contracts. Then mysteriously turn up the week before the race in a new team, last second, new deals. I mean, yeah, I think he's got a deal. I think his contract is till 2028. So there are rumours about performance clauses for Red Bull in his contract, but if they are not like in the top 3 or something, or if he's a certain amount of points behind the leaders, the championship leaders, at a certain point in the season, he's able to basically break his contract. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's provisions in place for him. While it's a very lucrative contract, I'm sure there's provisions for his own benefit to be able to get out of that team, because buying him out of that contract, even if it's, say, the end of 2026, a 2-year, I mean, he's got what, 50 million? It's a 50 million a year contract at least, isn't it? It might even be more. 2-year contract, buying him out of that, that's a lot for any money, even for a driver like Max Verstappen. So the race says the MCL 39 is 31 seconds faster than the competition in race pace. I saw, yeah, I mean, that's their calculations based on what they saw yesterday. But look, we don't know engine modes, fuel modes, battery usage. We don't know all of that. Yesterday, It did raise eyebrows. It did raise eyebrows, that's for sure. You can't deny that. But yeah. Max the whole day today, yes. Vasseur fixed Bonotto's mistakes. Agreed. Doesn't bode well, really, that Bonotto is the head of Sauber / to become Audi. So, unpopular opinion, Georgine. You think Lewis will beat Charles because it is Lewis Hamilton after all, despite being old. He did it at Merckx and beat Rosberg. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. Many people are going to have that opinion. Just as many people will have the opinion that Charles Leclerc will beat Lewis. I can see it going either way. I really can. I think the key for Lewis is getting off to a strong start, especially qualifying. Like, if he has a good qualifying at Australia and China and Japan, those first 3 races, I mean, yeah, that will be a massive weight off of his own shoulders. But while qualifying is a concern, and I mentioned that in the predictions video, I still think there are caveats to why he's and reasons to why his qualifying wasn't that great last year, which led to, of course, his lack of belief in qualifying and thinking he just didn't have it anymore. But yeah, we'll see. Qualifying is really important this year, just as it was last year. So, with how close we expect it to be. Being an F1 fan since the 80s, we've never really had this kind of interaction. To me, this is one of the best parts about social media and the whole internet connection. Thanks for what I do, Stuffeyy. Thank you, Adam. Much appreciated. That's why I do them. I'm similar to you, man. Like, obviously, been watching it a lot longer than I have been. But I loved F1, and I'm kind of the only one who's as passionate about the sport within my own close circle of friends. And I was always looking for that kind of connection and people to chat with about it. And yeah, thankfully I came across the Missed Apex crew via sim racing, and then got into their F1 podcast, and yeah, started doing these watch-alongs. And I look forward to, obviously I love the commentary side of it and doing these watch-alongs, but I love the interaction with you guys. I love what we do here. I love the pre-show. I love doing the commentary, and then sitting back and thinking what everyone thinks of the race afterwards. I've loved these 3 days. It's been mega. Wish I could do this full time. It's a 10-hour race today, yeah. Do I have any other predictions outside of F1? Not really, because why do I pay loose attention to other motorsport series, but I'm not as in-depth as F1. So I don't know the drivers. I don't know the ins and outs of what's going on in the series. So yeah, that's F1 is a big passion of mine. I mean, I used to be as passionate as I am about F1. I used to be as passionate about that as golf, because golf used to be a former career of mine. But then, yeah, as I've got older, I've spent more and more time delving into F1 and obviously sim racing and stuff. So The Aston looks slippery to you. Haven't seen it many times. Yeah, I haven't seen much of the Aston, to be honest with you. But I've seen a few people's analysis saying it looks a bit tricky. They haven't done what I would say about the Aston, and why it's not the be all and end all, but they haven't done a lot of running. They haven't done a lot of laps. I think they've got the joint fewest laps, or joint fewest. I think they have the fewest laps out of everyone thus far. It's a lonely life being an F1 fan, sitting in the corner looking at your watch so you can step out at a dinner party and see quali. But what is great is that Drive to Survive has made, whatever your opinions are of Drive to Survive, I personally have no issue with it. I do wish that they'd stuck with the initial format of the first 2 seasons and kind of kept it in chronological order and treated it so much so that it's like a real insight to behind the scenes of the sport, rather than kind of make it drama, trying to create drama and so forth and false narratives, and have the jumping backwards and forwards with like dedicated episodes and things. I think that's quite jarring. But personally, you can't disagree. You can't deny that it has massively grown the sport, and that I personally have seen a benefit from it with my own friendship group, people around me. My missus as well has got into it because of Drive to Survive. She knew that I always liked it and would sit on the sofa on her phone and lift her head up every now and then to see what was going on. But Drive to Survive really kind of got her invested in it, and she watches it now and she asks me questions on it and sees news articles and stuff. Nowhere near as involved as me, but yeah, that's it. That her interest in that and some of my other friends' interest in it wouldn't have happened without Drive to Survive. Prior to 2018, Timo, you found it nuts how many new fans joined F1 and been watching since the early 2010s, yeah. How do I manage to do this? Mahida. A dad, a sim racer. How is it to be like this? I'm 19 and need some advice. I know it's off topic. I'm just very passionate about it. I'm very passionate about it. So, yeah, I enjoy creating content. I enjoy the kind of grind and the growth element of things, and I kind of see an end goal to it. So I've kind of got that drive to it. But I'm also very aware of the time that I've got, and that's why I don't do a lot of streaming. Not as much as I'd like, because I've got a full-time job. I'm a dad, so I'm a new dad, and I want to spend time with my partner and my little one and other things. I know where my priorities lie, basically. And I've said it before, the channel is heading in the right direction. We're growing a great community here with the sim racing and with the F1 watchalongs and F1 content and so forth. And while I've got everything going on else in my life, as long as that happens and it's continuing to grow, that's all I could ask for. And then one day, I may be able to sit here and do this full time. So yeah, it's just balance. It's just knowing where your priorities lay. What was you saying about Drive to Survive, guys? Drive to Survive has made it that people at your school are actually talking about it, yeah, and it provided personal connections to fans and drivers. I think that's why it did what it did for the sport. Yeah, and hopefully, as well, the F1 movie does that as well. I don't think we're going to have seen an F1, a motorsport movie like this ever. I mean, the onboard footage shots look amazing. There's going to be some cheesy lines and moments in there, of course there is, as a big F1 fan. But it's not probably targeted at the majority of F1 fans. It'll be really targeted at those who know about F1. They like Brad Pitt, and they like the fact that Top Gun in particular, like the fact of it, they've got Jerry Bruckheimer directing it is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Nigel Mansell was the man back in the day for me. Went on to Damon Hill, to be honest, as good as he may have been. Schumacher spotted a bit for you with his shenanigans. Yeah, I imagine Schumacher back in the day was kind of like how Verstappen is now, really. People have kind of made those comparisons. 200 people watching the stream. Yeah, thank you, guys. Hit the like button. good to see these consistent numbers. Consistency is key. So yeah, thank you guys for choosing us for these for this. Listening to me waffle on for 3 days, eh? We've got today to go on, and then yes, it's full steam ahead. Only 2 weeks until we head to Australia. So why is Nando? Nando? That means obviously Fernando. Lance Stroll's ill apparently. So that's why there's only 17 drivers showing. So maybe he will be, he might be in this afternoon. There's no confirmation Alonso will do all day today, but he may do. The audience of F1 movie will be for the movie goers, not for F1 fans. Yeah, I mean it will be tailored for the F1 fans as well. Apparently Lewis Hamilton is a producer on it, and he is corrected them a few times on terminology and shots of the car to try and make it as realistic as possible. Because you know what it's always like in motorsport movies. There's always that unnecessary really high revs, and then they chuck it into the next gear, and then they zoom this neck and neck. They're really high in the revs, and then they chuck it down a gear or in a gear, and then they just get that extra speed that they need and across the line. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite like that. Yeah, Rush is a great film. Yeah, Rush is a good film. As is is it Le Mans? Le Mans with Christian Bale and Matt Damon. That's also a good film as well. Ford versus Ferrari. Sorry. Ford versus Ferrari. I thought it was called Le Mans. There is an actual film called Le Mans, though, isn't there? But that's an older film, isn't it? I think that's like made in the 60s or something. You was only 2 when you watched your first F1 race. Grew up watching Schumacher as your favourite. Nice. Now it's a family affair. What is my favourite track, Arjan? Silverstone. British bias, I know, but I just love Silverstone. Always provides good racing. It's great to drive on in the sim. I always look forward to Silverstone. I also like Red Bull Ring as well. Red Bull Ring always provides drama. Short track, but it's, for the most part, we've had some very entertaining battles there, and some very entertaining races. I'd be very funny. Yeah, it'd be very funny out of Rocket F1 car, but incredibly unsafe. Michael Fassbender's series was good. Yeah, that was intriguing to see. Right, shall we have a look at some lap times? We've got Hadjar, Albon, and Leclerc on track at the moment. Albon on the hards. This is similar to what Carlos Sainz did yesterday. Albon did say they're on the same run plan, apparently. So maybe we'll see some performance runs from Alex Albon today. So he started, if memory serves me right, Sainz did kind of like the first 2 hours on the hard compound tyre, and then he stuck the softs on and he did some performance runs. And then in the afternoon is really where they focus on the medium compound tyre. So yeah, we'll see if Alex Albon can extract the same level of performance out of that car that Sainz did yesterday. But of course, the track conditions are a bit hotter, so maybe times won't be as quick as yesterday. So we'll see. Spa is good to drive, but you don't really get good races there. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. I mean, I think since Spa has gone... I mean, Spa was it was a 2-stop race, wasn't it? I was going to say it was a 1-stop race, but George Russell should have made it a 2-stop race because he would have... But yeah, Spa's a tricky one. I do really like Spa, and I still think it deserves to be on the calendar. But yeah, I think the problem with Spa is that it's good in the early days of a regulation set because cars are able to follow a lot closer. But when it gets later into a regulation set, like a good few years in, and there's more dirty air off the cars, it's very tricky to follow. And we saw that showcase last year where it was tricky to follow. So hence why George was able to win with a 1-stop. He got track position, and then Lewis wasn't even able to pass him, and Piastri wasn't able to pass Lewis, and etc. So Spa's a driver's track more than a racer's track. Yeah, maybe. So, Hadjar in the car again this morning. He did a considerable amount of laps yesterday as well, didn't he? But Lando's done 12 laps thus far. Fastest lap is Charles Leclerc at the moment. Let's have a look and see some lap times here. So, where is Lando? I'm doing that. Oh, what's going on here? Why can't I get those bloody laps up? Excuse me, guys. Should go up here. Yeah, so Norris hasn't set a time yet. Look at Lando Norris's lap times, by the way, if I can get that up. Look at Lando Norris's lap times, if you guys can see that. 2 minutes 28, 8 minutes 5, 2 minutes 28, 8 minutes 40, 2 minutes 30, 8 minutes, 2 minutes, like... It just goes in and out. It's on a Sunday drive. Do I think you need to make predictions over Russell and Lawson? No, I stand by my predictions. It's okay for you to disagree with them, JC. That's the beauty of predictions. And no doubt I will be very wildly wrong on a number of them. But they're my predictions. You can have yours, which is why I asked for them. We'll have some agreements and we'll have some disagreements. And the only way to find out is to watch this season ahead. Do I think Lando trusts McLaren's aero team to hang around when his contract's over? The aero team to hang around when his contract's over? When is Lando's contract over? I don't know. Yeah, you are correct, Ming, that the Monaco circuit, the Monaco track this year will have 2 mandatory pit stops. So Red Bull are running a new nose and front wing today, by the way. So, new parts for Red Bull. That is confirmed. Very odd that Haas engine cover coming apart earlier as well. That was very odd. So what if it rains in Monaco that day? It will still be 2 stops. Yeah, it will still be a mandatory 2 stop. Yeah. That's what I've seen anyway. That is definitely what I've seen. He was asking if you think Lando is going to stay loyal to McLaren if this season gets heated between him and Oscar. Yes, he will for at least 2026. So, I reckon we discussed this yesterday, but I think the end of 2026 is going to be a real interesting time for the driver market. There's lots of contracts up for renewal. Let's have a reminder of how many contracts, F1 drivers' contracts, are up for renewal at the end of 2026. I think it's more than half the field. Because they all want to be available to move teams if they want to. So just looking. So so Max Verstappen has till 2028. So both Lando has signed to 2026, but it's a long-term deal. So it's probably like 5 years. Oscar Piastri is 2026, apparently. Alonso's 2026. Oh, that's an old one, though, isn't it? Albon was 2026 plus. I mean, that's an old one. That's a real old one. Come on, I want a new one. I want a new one. So yeah, so Lewis is 2026, so he's on a 2 + 2 year deal. Max Verstappen's 2028. Liam Lawson is technically 1 year deal. Russell's contract is up for renewal this year. That's an interesting one. George Russell up for renewal. He's not confirmed for 2026. Fernando Alonso renews 2026. Pierre Gasly, 2026. Esteban Ocon, 2026. Ollie Behrman, the same for 26. Yuki, we know, is only got this year. Carlos Sainz at Williams is 2026 as well, as is Alex Albon, as is Nico Hulkenberg, as is Gabriel Bortoletto. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 drivers. So yeah, that's half the grid. And then there's some of them that are even up for renewal this year. So there's more. So there's a lot of wriggle room for driver movement next year. Did they group the tracks last year, or are they doing it all this year so they're not zigzagging all over the place? I think it is a little bit more like grouped together. So you feel sorry for doing. Can't recall anyone coming into a season with this sort of setup to fail before. I know. Well, he's every single lap. We said it yesterday. Every single lap doing is doing. Even in testing is an advert for his services. He needs to just go out there and smash it and prove Alpine wrong and showcase to those up and down the grid that he deserves a spot. And do exactly what Colapinto did when he first came in and make people raise their eyebrows and make... I still rate Gasly quite highly, but yeah, make Gasly look not as good as he actually is, you know? Honest opinion, does Stroll still deserve to be an F1? No, he doesn't. He's overstayed his welcome by about 5 years. See you in the next session. Gonna have some laps. No worries, mate. See you soon. Is McLaren faster? I do feel they are overconfident. There is definitely an air of confidence around McLaren. There's a lot of talk that people were very impressed with the race simulation that they conducted yesterday. So we'll see. I don't think anyone was under the impression that they wouldn't be strong. I'm not sure. People are saying they're going to have like Red Bull level because of the race simulation yesterday. People are like, "Oh my god, is it going to be like a Red Bull level of dominance this season to what we saw the last few seasons?" It's always a possibility, but I don't think so. I don't think that's what we're going to see. But yeah, they're definitely going to be up there for sure. Stroll needs to go now. Colapinto was 0.3 faster than doing it in that test they did last week. Yeah, but there's all those like kind of comparison tests and stuff. I'm not really too big of a fan of. Like, that's never going to be a true testament to whether or not a driver is better. You know, if it's like a full second, then maybe, or over a second, and you can see that there's clear fundamental issues with a driver. But Doohan has done more than enough in these tests this week. He looks comfortable in the car, and he's been setting some good lap times. So I mean, the only way to truly test whether he's going to be good enough or not is when it comes to race day or the race weekend. So who do I think will win the championship? I have predicted Lando Norris will win the championship this year. You can check out the rest of my predictions in my predictions video. We need a good Canadian driver. It's just so annoying that no one is coming through the ranks. I mean, you've had two of the goats of F1, Taco. Latifi and Stroll. Wasn't Jacques Villeneuve a Canadian driver as well? Before you were born, though. Before you were born. You thought McLaren had to dial down their flexi wing, but it seems they haven't. Well, you say that. Every other team is really using the flexi wing at the moment. You've seen Red Bulls. Red Bulls is really flexi, as is Ferraris. The rear wing in particular of the Mercedes is more flexing more than what we saw on the McLaren in Baku, which caused such a hoo-ha, didn't it? Why is Red Bull not in day 3? I thought they didn't have inter or wet tyres yesterday, but track looks dry. Yeah, track is dry today, as Charles Leclerc is on a push lap, ladies and gentlemen. As he's done a 29.2 in the first sector. Not as quick as what we saw yesterday, of course. A 28.7, I think, was the fastest first sector we saw from Carlos Sainz yesterday. So still half a second off, but he is improving here. So we'll stay on board with Charles Leclerc as he heads down the middle straight with DRS open into turn 11 on the fresh set of medium tyres. Lando Norris sets a lap time and goes up into P7, a 32.1 for him. And Charles Leclerc round turn 13. Let's see what lap time he is going to set. Jack Doohan should get out of his way, or no, Jack Doohan, and he's backed out of it. Charles Leclerc's backed out of it. Did he have a wobble through turn 13 there? Did the dirty air from Jack Doohan's car just unsettle him a bit, or did he go wide in turn 11? The middle sector wasn't great at 39.0, so I wonder if he's had an off-track or a wobble in the middle sector. Most likely turn 11, that's where we've seen. So, did I discuss my World Constructors Championship prediction? I haven't discussed my Constructors Championship prediction. I think Ferrari will win the Constructors. It could either be McLaren or Ferrari, but I do think Ferrari will win the. I think Ferrari will win the constructors, but I think Lando will win the drivers. You think Leclerc will win because the car is pretty fast this year, but I'm a Norris fan and I hope Lando wins. What are we looking at here in regards to the car of Lando Norris? Just watching it scrape on the floor and the flexi. Looking at the rear wing of the car. Do I think Merc fixed the rear as they were struggling last time? Difficult to say. I haven't seen too many onboard shots of the Mercedes, to be honest with you. So I haven't seen whether or not they're making lots of steering corrections. Yeah, so Charles Leclerc went wide, by the way, in turn 13. So... Lance should take a stroll. Ferrari teammate dynamic is better than McLaren teammates, I think. Yeah, this is the thing, is that I think if there were team orders at play and Charles Leclerc was asked to help Lewis, or vice versa, Lewis was asked to help Leclerc, I think they would do it. I think they would. I think they'd be at ease in doing it. Whereas Oscar Piastri has already showcased he does not want to help Lando Norris at all. Like Brazil last year, when they finally, too late, but they finally gave team orders of Piastri helping Norris, and he didn't swap the position with Lando in that sprint race until basically the safety car came out, and he could have been completely ruined that whole thing in the end. Like, he was just really waiting for the last minute to give that place to Lando, where he could have done it 10 times over, a lot easier earlier on in the sprint race. Of course, it ended up being absolutely nothing, but at the time it could have potentially meant a lot. So yeah, I think. And also holding up other drivers. Piastri just let Verstappen easily go past him. There was no defence whatsoever. He literally walked him through the door when Max overtook him down into turn 1. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see. I think that relationship will get feisty this year. I'm intrigued to see how Piastri will handle it if he does get outperformed by Norris again this year. So, whereas I think on the flip side, Leclerc and Lewis would support each other if they found themselves in that position. So, Kimi will get a win for sure. I do predict he'll get a win. Yeah, I really do. Verstappen just actually had the worst understeer you've ever seen on a TV coverage. Did he? What's he doing at the moment? Felt he just did a 1:48.1. Was that on a flying lap as well? Was that on a push lap? Lewis is wise. He's willing to help his teammate now. Yeah. What happens in Albon? Gets soundly spanked by Carlos. Does Albon get turf for a young fella? I think he's at risk. Yeah, I do. I mean, he's got a contract at the end of 2026, so I think they'll probably keep him. But I think if he gets spanked by Carlos, I think that's Albon's chance at ever getting in a top team ever again. Gone. So Hamilton and Ferrari, reckon Max will too before he leaves F1 eventually. Maybe, yeah, maybe he ends up in Ferrari at some point in the future. Never say never. Who would have thought we'd ever see Lewis Hamilton in a Ferrari after him spending 12 years at Mercedes? So, yeah, never say never. I think the question more so would be, would Max stay around long enough to get a seat at Ferrari? That's the thing. It was a while ago now at turn 13. Twitchy, yeah? Twitchy Red Bull. Is he on a lap now or is he coming into the pits, Max? No, he's just trudging along. He's not going very quick, is he? That's very slow for Max down the start-finish straight there. But what is the reason for that? Remember, the Red Bull had an issue yesterday with a water pressure issue in the engine. So he is just trudging around at the moment. I mean, he has got kind of the track, that side of the track to himself, but that is abnormally slow. It wasn't until actually the car just didn't turn in. And Max hates understeer, as we know. Do I think Williams could finish in front of McLaren? No, I don't think Williams could finish in front of the of McLaren in the constructors. No. I think they'll be aiming for 5th or 6th though, for sure. They'll definitely be looking for improvements on where they finished last year, which was 9th. So, hey Hamid, good to see you, mate. Unlike his former teammates other than Russell, Rosberg fought him for the championship and Bottas wasn't competitive enough. No, Bottas put up a bit of a fight at the start, but obviously Hamilton's just pace and talent just was too much for Bottas. So Max has either got an issue or he's just recharging the battery again. We'll wait for him to get round. Seems like he might be picking up the pace again now. There we go. I think he was recharging the battery, maybe changing some settings on the car. Was abnormally slow though, considering. Right, come on, Max. Give us a performance lap. Give us a performance run. Here we go. Here we go. Surely. Or are you going to tease us and go straight back into the pits? Let's see. He's diving into the pits, isn't he? No, he's not. DRS open. Right, here we go. Performance run here by Max Verstappen, I think. Let's see. DRS open. We don't know, of course, the usual line. We don't know engine modes. We don't know fuel load. We don't know the battery usage as well. So many different caveats to why a lap may be quick or slow. But let's have a look. This is definitely a performance run in regards to DRS being activated. They don't normally do that unless they intend to go quick. Hopefully Isaac Hadjar will get out of the way of Verstappen by the time he reaches him. And Verstappen's first sector time was a 29.4, which was only third fastest, but less than a tenth behind Leclerc. So the track's definitely not as quick as what it was yesterday, and that's primarily, I think, due to track temperature. 30 degrees track temperature it is now. That is a lot hotter than what we saw yesterday. Air temperature now up to 18 degrees. bit more like what we expect to see in Bahrain than what we have done. So, and he's backed out of it. He's backed out of it, and I think that's because he caught by Isaac Hadjar. So, didn't really get to see a proper full flying lap there from Max. Fuck you, Hadjar. Move out of the way. Move out of the way. Hey James, good to see you, mate. How do I expect Audi to get on next season? No idea. I mean, I have heard that it's all not rosy behind the scenes at Audi. There's been quite a change. Like, it's a bit of a shit show at Audi, the company, at the moment. So, yeah, intrigued to see how that actually goes next year. Oh, you meant McLaren, you meant Mercedes. Oh, no, I still don't think Williams will finish ahead of Mercedes. I still think the top 4 teams will be the top 4 teams. I don't think anyone has got enough of an advantage to close up on Mercedes, who I think will be the 4th team. 4th best team. So there's still a sizable gap between the top 4 teams and the rest of the field, in my opinion. Right, what's occurring? But hour and a half into... Wow, an hour and a half has absolutely flown by, bearing in mind. Just looking at see if there's any update on things online. There's anything to know about. So yesterday's everyone's fastest lap time was set on the C3, which is technically what would be the soft compound tyre here in Bahrain in a few weeks' time. So. Oh, there's an interesting one for you. Carlos Sainz beats Ferrari's best. So Carlos Sainz lap time yesterday at 29.348 on the C3s beat Ferrari's fastest lap time last year by 573 milliseconds. So Williams faster than Ferrari confirmed. The 2024 car anyway. Why does Russell have DRS? I don't know. There was an issue with the data earlier on, but which has all sorted itself out now, thankfully. Alpine and Williams are looking at the best of the rest so far. If you're looking at lap times, yes. However, I'm still intrigued by Haas. I'm still intrigued by Haas. Are we going to see a performance run by them at any point this weekend? They have this week. I mean, they have just been using the high downforce package that they've got for the last 2 days. I haven't seen what they've got on the car. Let's see if I can find some images. I know obviously the engine cover blew off earlier, but it still looks like they're using quite a large rear wing. So they haven't put on kind of a setup really that you'd expect to see at Bahrain. They're clearly running their own configurations and doing their own thing, and they don't care. So, I mean, if I show you this just quickly, that's their rear wing. I don't want to leave it on screen for too quickly. You can pause that back, but that looks that is pretty much quite a large rear wing. So. Morning, Anthony. Good to see you. Good to see you. I think Haas are technically sandbagging the most from the timesheets. I wouldn't be surprised to see them finish top 10 in the first race. Yeah, I wouldn't call it sandbagging. I don't think they're intentionally trying to hide their pace. That's the thing. I think they're they've clearly got goals that they want to achieve from these 3 days of testing, and they're not fussed about lap time. Well, lap time relative to where they are in the standings. They are purely focused on different areas, compared to what the other teams are, which is fine. So maybe they had concerns about how their high downforce package would run on the tyres. They did something similar last year where they were focused really on the tyre management and degradation. So maybe doing something similar here again. But I was going to try and find something out yesterday on them, and I haven't seen anything. I can't find anything on them. So yeah, I'll see if I can now. See if I can find something on Haas. So apparently Behrman says he was focusing mostly on race running, which was over a day ago, so I think that was Wednesday. He says seeing where their focus is seeing where the car stands compared to last year, then building up a catalogue of what the car likes and doesn't like. Really nice to run and do so many laps on the first day. No problems on the car, so yeah, successful. And they've run a considerable amount of laps as well. I think they've had the most in the 2 days. So yeah, doing their own thing. Verstappen needs to leave the pits. I'm sure he will soon. I'm sure he will. Norris out there, though, on a set of brand new mediums. Could we see a performance run from Lando Norris? We'll stay tuned before I go and have a quick coffee break. Just make another coffee. Let's see. No doubt we'll have DRS on, but I don't know what top speeds he's been running. Let's just quickly get the top speeds out. Speed trap. I'll move that over here so I can tell you what the top speeds are afterwards. Go away. DRS is open from Lando Norris, so let's keep an eye out on what he'll be able to do. At the moment, Lando's 9th in the speed trap, so he's not quick, similar to yesterday. 4 miles an hour off the Ferrari and the Alpine and the Williams of Albon in the speed trap. So yeah, running high fuel, no doubt, or lower engine modes. What's his and he's backed out. I think Lando's spun. I think Lando's spun out of turn 4. Lando's definitely off at turn 4 because his icon stopped. What has he done? And there's a yellow flag. Has Lando crashed? Oh, he's got going again. He's got going again. And oh no, has Lando crashed? Has Lando crashed? He's got going again. Something, he's definitely gone off. I do not know yet. My TV coverage is a little bit behind. What has he done? Let's have a look. It's only practice, Georgine. It's only practice. That's the thing, isn't it? It's only practice. So just watching it now. They're literally on board with him. And he just spun the car. Oh, he literally got lost. So he had a big tank swapper. He didn't spin the car. He went off. He went off track and he took avoiding action and he came to a standstill, put it in reverse gear, and then he's just trying to find a suitable position to rejoin the track. So, okay, all good for Lando. Not into the barriers, but it was a close one. It was a close one. The car always stayed pointing in the right direction. But, yeah, a very big, scary moment there for Lando. What happens if someone breaks safety car violations during testing? Any penalties? Not sure. I think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there'd be penalties in the season, but there'd be considerable fines dished out, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, he just had a real tank swapper. Oh. Yeah, all good for Lando, but a scary moment there. So he was on a performance lap, but yeah, pushing maybe a bit too hard. Who is on a performance lap now, though, is Charles Leclerc. Out on a fresh set of mediums, DRS open as he headed down into turn 1, and, well, let's hope he doesn't make the same mistake as Lando did last time around. Oh, Lando is just on a recharge lap, I think. So Charles navigates turn 4 safely as he heads through the first sector in a 29.4 for him. So not quicker than his previous, than his fastest lap at the moment. Couple of temps off, but as we said, track temperature's starting to increase to 30.9 degrees now, and the air temperature's 18 degrees. So yeah, going to be tricky in the morning session to get anywhere near the times that we saw yesterday, I think. Where's the little Leclerc spotter? She's still sleeping. Yeah, she's should be having a morning nap right about now. Less than 2 hours, 30 minutes. 2 hours, 18 minutes to go now. But yeah, look, drivers make mistakes in testing, guys. That's the time to make mistakes. They're trying to find the limit of these cars. They're trying out new setups. They're trying out things that maybe aren't as comfortable to them. What works, what doesn't. And to see a few offs is kind of normal, to be honest with you. So, yeah. Who does the cat barack for? She's a Lewis Hamilton fan. But lots of work happening to the underside of the Kick Sauber car of Bortoletto. So he'll be hoping to get out there and get some more running. Where is Kimi? Good point. I don't know. He's in the pits. But he's not out there setting lap times, that's for sure. I don't know where his icon is. His data was a bit on the fritz earlier on, so he will no doubt show up when he comes back out, but his lap times were definitely showing, but the icon on the track map wasn't, so. Why did Charles back out of his lap? Because he had a slow middle sector again. I don't know. By the time this ends, the race for WC starts. Hulk got a metal splinter in his eye from work on the stake in the pit bay. Did he really? Did he really? Ouch! If that is the case, we all know how getting anything in your eye hurts, but let alone a metal shard or something. So that's why they have to be so careful with carbon fiber, because it just, like, when it comes apart, it's really fine and it can just stick in the skin and cause so many issues. So they're really working hard on the underside of that stake F1 car. I don't know why they're going to try and cover off the stake F1 garage with screens and go, oh, we're not going to show you that, because no one's going to want to copy the stake F1 car this year. Norris fast lap. Oh, he is on a fast lap. Yes, apologies, missed that. Green in the first and second sector. How about his last sector? No, he's coming into the pits. Or he slowed to let Albon through. Typical Lando. Such a tease. Such a tease. He did this yesterday. He could have set possibly fastest lap yesterday, and he backed out of the last sector and went into the pits. So Charles Leclerc's on another fast lap though. Right, go on, Charles. DRS open. Let's see. Let's see. DRS open down into turn 4 again. Leclerc not on a fast lap. I think he is. He's got DRS open. They haven't been using DRS unless they're going for a push lap. So we've seen drivers at least get a couple of push laps out of a set of tyres. So 29.5 for Charles there. So 3 temps down on his P1 lap, but which was set earlier in cooler conditions. Oh, Albon's gone slow. Is he just pulling over to let Leclerc through? Or has Albon had an off there through turn 10? I think he might have just pulled over to probably let Leclerc through. I will tune into the WEC actually because I just want to listen to the beauty that is that Aston Martin Valkyrie engine. Yeah, and then he backed out again, Charles. So yeah, going for a push in the first sector, isn't he? And then he's backing out in the second. So you receive the triple when you order the double. Winning. Do I think Danny Ritt will make an appearance in Drive to Survive this season? Yeah, he will do because he was in that car last year. So yeah, he will be on it. Yeah, for sure. It's all about last season, isn't it? So, how's the co-host doing today? She's more popular than me. Are you just turning up here for the co-host? Unbelievable. Yeah, she's doing very well. She had a really good night's sleep. She's been fed and she's now should be having a morning nap. So I'm just going to go grab myself a coffee and yeah, we'll be back very shortly in a couple of minutes with just over 2 hours remaining of this morning session of the last day of testing. So yeah, suggest you guys do the same. Isaac Hadjar's on a fresh set of tyres as well, so he should be going for a push lap. And yeah, we'll be back in a mo. Back in a sec, guys. come back. Coffee and a biscuit. Coffee and a biscuit. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, Money. Is a live footage for testing? Yeah, it's on Sky Sports are very generous and they're streaming it live for free on YouTube, apparently. So I'm watching it on Sky Go, as I always do, on my phone. But yeah, it's geo-blocked, yeah. Get a VPN! Get a VPN. To be honest with you though, there's not an amazing amount to watch. That's the thing. Like, it's testing. I feel like you don't need to see much. Yes, of course, you can see some on-board shots. You want to see some on-board shots and you want to see how the cars are particularly handling. But for the most part, you don't need the footage. And most of it can be accessed. All those moments can be accessed on kind of Twitter and stuff anyway. So F1 cargo circle equals me happy. You're going to be an easy man to please when you're older, aren't you, Taco? Sky Sports in the UK. But you go and stream it on Sky Sports in the UK, Jordan, you don't get the interaction that you do there. Here. Well. Not much talk, is there, about F1 at the moment, to be honest with you, online. Trying to find stuff out that's new. Oh yeah, Santinelli's out on track. So what was impressive yesterday, to be fair, was, of course, the race sims. While Lando Norris got a lot of talk about how he's... Well, he got obviously a lot of talk about his race pace and how quick it was. Antonelli, his race pace was on par with Charles Leclerc, actually slightly quicker. Of course, we don't know fuel loads, engine modes, etc., etc. But the fact of it, his race pace was there or thereabouts with Charles Leclerc is very good, because that's an indication that his tyre management was pretty much on par with Charles Leclerc. And that's a key factor for most rookies, because where the rookies kind of fall down upon now, and while we don't see really a rookie hit the ground running like we did with Lewis Hamilton, although obviously that's probably very rarely going to be seen again, in modern day F1, the management of the tyres is something that takes a few years on average to get comfortable with. Now, the fact of it, Anthony's done a considerable amount of testing away from, of course, F1 helps, but it's intriguing that he wasn't killing his tyres. Of course, running just laps in testing is very different to being under pressure in a race, but yeah, intriguing nonetheless, because normally rookies, that's where they massively suffer. They would have been 4 tenths quicker. Yeah, it doesn't matter about a fastest lap, though. It's just them trying to drum it up. I did hear that, just heard that, so. Those few rookies could be real fun to watch this year. Whenever there's new rookies on the grid, they're always fun to watch because they don't give two hoots about status. Kimi Antonelli is not going to give 2 hoots who Max Verstappen is. If he sees a gap, he's going to send it. I can see Antonelli and Verstappen colliding this year. Same as Liam Lawson. Liam Lawson's going to do the same. Maybe not on Max because of obviously the team, but he'll do the same with other drivers as well. Like don't give 2 hoots. They'll just send it. Similar to how Max's attitude was when he first joined F1, and it's why people were so excited about him because he didn't give 2 hoots about who was who. You need to find a way to watch it here for today. Need to watch the start at least. Yeah, I don't know. The World Endurance Championship's normally streamed on like Eurosport and stuff, isn't it? I don't know what channel it is in other countries. It's normally on a paid service though. Twitch. Not so hot with a wheel gun. I'm better off on the sidelines. Right, Verstappen's out there, ladies and gentlemen. He's on a fresh set of medium compound tyres, and he has DRS open. He flicked his DRS open just to probably make sure it works, so he's on his out lap. We may get a run from him. We may get a run. So Charles Leclerc is on a lap as well, but you can see with that track temperature now up to 18.1 degrees Celsius, the wind, interestingly, there was a real interesting talk just now while I was getting my coffee break about the wind in F1. How that the talk of wind and its effectiveness has really upped itself. Like it never really used to be something that was discussed in like the early 2000s, but with how intricate these F1 cars are now with their aero packages and so forth, a gust of wind here or there can be the real difference between you losing control of your car and not, and losing a couple of attempts here or there. And they were mentioning that turn 4 and turn 13 at the height of the track is where drivers are really feeling that effectiveness of the wind on the car. So that's why we've seen Lando have a wobble through turn 4. We've seen drivers struggle to get the car into the corner at turn 13. So, yeah, really kind of interesting talk. So with the track temperature now up to 31.9 degrees Celsius, just gone up another decimal point, and the wind at the highest it's been all week, 10.3 miles per hour. It's going to be tricky. I don't think we're going to see lap times at this stage of the session anywhere near what we saw yesterday. So, but let's keep an eye on Max nonetheless. He's on a performance run, it seems. So on a fresh set of mediums. I think Antonelli possibly will be as well. So let's see how Max gets on, see if he can move his way a bit closer to Max Verstappen, to Charles Leclerc, sorry, or even better than that as Antonelli slows down to let him by it. He's going to go through the first sector line as we speak. What is it? And for Max, it is green, a 29.298. And I think that's very close to Charles Leclerc's, which was a 22.56. So, yeah, only a couple of hundredths to separate the two of them. So, Max on a good lap here for this morning's session. Any tracks where Red Bull was certain to win? No, I don't think so. I mean, what tracks were they good at last year? Bahrain's always been a good circuit for them. They could win Monaco in strategy. I don't think any team's guaranteed to win any race this year. Really don't see where they would be dominant. So Verstappen's second sector time was a 39.1, so actually slower than what he'd done previously. 2 tenths down on his fastest sector, middle sector from earlier on, of course. That's really where the track temperature increase, which is now up to 32.2, just going up as every kind of minute we speak. What is this lap time from Max? Going to be an improvement. Yes, it is a 31.2. But yes, with those increase in track temperature and air temperature and the wind, where you need that grip, particularly in the middle sector, that is where, yeah, they're losing time quite noticeably. all drivers. So, yeah, not really going to see, I think, anything, unless someone really decides to crank up the engine. I don't think we're going to see any, or take loads of fuel out of the car. I don't think we're going to see a time that's quicker than a 1:30.8 while those track temperatures are increasing. So, we'll see, though. We'll see. But Charles Leclerc on another lap as well. But once again, 2 tenths slower in that first sector. How about Antonelli? He's also on a fast lap through turn 4. And it is a 29.440. Also a tenth down on his fastest first sector. So, yeah, drivers not going as quick right now. Will conditions improve later in the day? They should do, yeah. As we get into the afternoon session, which is the afternoon, evening in Bahrain, the track will get cooler. Track temperatures will get cooler, and yeah, we'll see times pick up again. But this is more so the conditions I think they were expecting at Bahrain. Normally what we get at Bahrain, a bit warmer, a bit hotter, which is good for the teams because it means they've had a couple of days of running in the cold, and now they've got more relative track temps to what you would see at a lot of circuits. Some will be hotter, of course, and some will be slower. So Charles's lap last there was a 31.5. So yeah, like good 7 temps off of his fastest lap he's set thus far. Antonelli was on a push lap, but he's on 7 lap medium, so this isn't going to be improvement. Yeah, 31.1 as well. So you hope it rains. I hope it doesn't rain because no one's got bloody wet tyres with them. I mean, we'll get nothing to talk about. The drivers, only Aston Martin and Haas are the ones who have brought wet tyres with them. Everyone else has got slicks. So, yeah, if it rains, it means no one's out on circuit. Apparently, Lance Stroll is going to be in the car this afternoon. So, no Fernando Alonso all day. Sorry to disappoint you all. Charles doing a race sim? Not at the moment, I don't think, no. Did it 31.5 last time around. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just trying to do some push laps at the moment in these conditions, so. Wouldn't it be cooler normally? Yeah, but not as cool as what we've seen like the last 2 days. The last 2 days were really cool. 35 set of tyres is for the whole team. And I heard earlier on they actually have to return 5 sets. So they can't use all 35 tyres. They have to use 30. Well, they can use 30. They have to at least not use 5 of them. So they might not be a dominant car at the moment, but there is a dominant driver. Ooh. Who's the fastest on the speed trap? Fastest on the speed trap is Isaac Hadjar at 192 miles per hour. Charles Leclerc is second with 196. And Lando Norris, you may be wondering why Lando Norris is only third. Well, typically, as they have been the past 2 days, they've not been quick in the speed traps, which means it's a clear indication that they've been turning down their engines or running higher fuel loads, because 192 miles per hour is what Norris's speed trap is, and that's 6 miles per hour off of Isaac Hadjar. So Stroll needs to be out of F1 as a Canadian F1 watcher. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, unfortunately. At least until after 2026. See where he is after 2026, won't he? So. But thanks everyone for tuning in. As always, if you can hit that like and subscribe button, nearly 100 likes. If you're new here and you're enjoying this this watch along and you've been enjoying the last few days and you still haven't subscribed, what's holding you back? Hit that subscribe button. We'll be back, of course, for plenty more content. Moving forwards, more watch-alongs, of course. The season is fast approaching. Only 2 more weeks. That time will fly by. And then we'll be at the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne, Albert Park. Can't Stroll be sacked for the 2026 season? So my understanding is that Lawrence Stroll owns a majority stake in... Well, he has the largest stake. I don't think he has a majority stake in Aston Martin, but he has the largest stake in Aston Martin. Now, obviously, that has a lot of sway. I think he's the biggest investor. So I think he puts more money than the other shareholders into that team. But he is still subject to kind of what the investors want to do. And he still has to keep the investors happy. So there have been question marks around how long will the investors hold on, like how long will they be patient with Lance Stroll for? I guess until they start losing money, I guess. And while their share price probably continues to go up or their value goes up, they won't care who's in the car. But yeah, that's my understanding. So it isn't a given that Lance Stroll is going to be in that car every single year. But yeah, the key is that Lawrence Stroll is like, he's got the largest share. It's not a majority share, but he has put forward the most money. And he does run the team, pretty much. So he is the head guy. So with all of that, there is a possibility that there could be a revolt and they push for his son to remove out of F1. But then, of course, that's a lot of money that the team would lose and he'd take away with him. Who knows? He's a shrewd businessman, so no doubt he's got provisions in place that if something like that happens, he wouldn't go away empty-handed, you know? Will Bahrain return as the season opener next year? I believe so, Rab. I mean, when is... I don't know when Ramadan... Is Ramadan at the... I know it always gets earlier every single year. How much earlier is it next year to this year? So if it still coincides with the first race of the weekend... the first race of the season, or the first two races of the season, I would assume that they will have... they will keep the schedule as it currently is. And then... But if it isn't, then we'll go back to normality with Bahrain and Saudi being the first two races of the year. Will we see Lewis today or is Charles all day? No, Lewis is in this afternoon. So I think the drivers who've primarily been in the AM sessions will have swapped for the afternoon session. So yeah, Hamilton will be in the afternoon session, as Piastri has always done the AM session as well. So yeah. I mean, so many former F1 drivers are in other series. Yeah, well, they're not just going to give up racing, are they? We've discussed 2021 a lot, David. The short answer is yes. However, we discussed, and I'll leave it at this, if you have any anger towards Max Verstappen, you can be upset with the way that he drove, but in that actual scenario itself, he is not at fault. Your anger should be placed at the FIA. And that's all I'm going to leave it as. Because any driver who found themselves in Max's position would take advantage of that scenario themselves. So, yeah, that's it in regards to 2021. So, because we had a whole discussion on it, I think, Wednesday. So, I think the rookies need to learn to have a long-term approach when performance is not great. You get a lot of hate if you don't come out of incidents gracefully. Appearing sportsmanlike can help out a lot. Yeah, of course it can. A little bit of self-reflection, Waz. Like, if you know you're at fault, it doesn't hurt to just say, yeah, look, I could have done a bit better there. It really does go a long way. But I guess sometimes... Oh, we've got a purple sector. Sorry to interrupt myself there. We've got a purple sector. Kimi Antonelli, I'm getting excited, is on the medium compound tyre in the first sector, which means either some fuel has been taken out of the car or an engine mode has been cranked up here for Kimi Antonelli. So that's a clear indication because we've been seeing it be a bit flat recently with lap times. So here we go. Through the second sector, of course, careful through turn 13, Kimi. We've seen some fair wobbles through there today with the increase in wind speed. But actually, interestingly enough, the wind speed has dropped, but that is a poor middle sector, really, from Kimi. Maybe he's turned the engine mode down or something's happened because that's 4 tenths off of his fastest middle sector. So maybe this won't be the fastest lap, but it could be close. We'll see. Let's see. I think he's going to be probably half a second, maybe even more now after that middle sector time. 30.9. So close. He was only a tenth back. But that middle sector really cost him. I don't know what he made. Just watching the TV coverage now to see if there was a conscious mistake there from Kimi, which is why he was 4 tenths down in that middle sector. But that was easily on for the fastest lap of the session. Yes, he ran quite wide through the exit of turn 11 and grounded out the car on the exit curb. So, yeah, I think that's where he lost a considerable amount of time there. So, yeah, turn 13 was pretty good. That's where he lost the time. So, Antonelli is seriously going to be the next great thing. There's lots of hype around him. Yeah, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I'm intrigued to see how he... I mean, he's kind of got a bye for this year, I feel. He's kind of got a year of no pressure. Of course, there's still some pressure, but no doubt it's just because it's the last year of a current regulation set. He's young. He's only 18. It's like, yeah, go out there and just get used to F1. It's not just used to, like, the racing, the driving of the car, it's everything else that comes with it as well. Like, we know how jam-packed a weekend can be in F1 for these drivers, all the PR commitments and the obviously there's been a lot of attention on him prior to him even joining F1, but now there's going to be even more. And it's a perfect year for him to get to grips with F1, and then 2026, they may potentially be a very quick car. And he's in that, and he's already had a year to bed into the circus that is F1. Thank you for the sub, by the way, Christelle. Much appreciated. And anyone else who has subbed in the meantime, thank you. If you haven't already, go check out my... You don't have to do it right now, but you can go and bookmark my predictions video for this season. There is logic. I've tried to apply logic to every single one of my predictions for this year, guys, in the Drivers' Championship. As I said, I try and not give baseless opinions. I always try and have some logic behind it. It's okay to disagree with my opinions and my logic, but at least I try. Motorsport's all about improving weather in driving faster, more consistently, and many highs and many lows, either in real life or sim racing. You think all the rookies will crash at least once this season? Not what I want for it to happen. Maybe. I expect Lawson and Antonelli to crash at least once this season. Yeah, I think because mainly they're fighting up front and they'll probably get quite punchy at some point or another, whether it be between even themselves. Maybe fighting for a podium or fighting for a race win. I'd love to see. Everyone's been talking, of course, about Leclerc, about Norris, about Lewis, Max. I'd love to see a potential fight for a race win with Antonelli and Lawson. Oh, that's quite mouth-watering, isn't it? That's quite a prospect. Who do I think is a faster driver, Kimi or Ollie? I think on raw pace, maybe Kimi's just got the edge, but Ollie's no slouch. Ollie is no slouch whatsoever. He had a good F2 career. Look at what he's done in F1 already in the 3 races he's participated in. Of course, Interlagos was tough. It was a tough weekend for him, as it was for all the rookies. I think Liam Lawson was the only one who did a good job. But yeah, what he did in Ferrari and then what he did in the Haas in that Baku race. Brilliant. Jack won't have enough races to crash. Oh, low blow, Taco. Low blow. You want to see all the rookies going flat out for Eau Rouge all at once? But, yeah. So, 1 hour 40 left to go in this morning session, guys. And, yeah, been a bit of a mixed bag of running. No real long runs conducted. Hadjar is the longest one out there at the moment. He's done the most laps as well, 40 laps. Just looking at the lap time. So, yeah, no one's really been out there doing any long runs. Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen, they've all been out there just kind of in and out, really. Max hasn't done many laps. Of course, he is in the car all day, but only 24 laps for him thus far. 32 for Norris, 22 for Antonelli. Not really a lot of laps conducted this morning, if I'm honest with you, from a lot of the drivers. Bortoletto, we know, has had some issues with the car. Behrman had that engine cover issue earlier on, but he's still had some running. Hamilton versus Max once more. Yeah, it could be. It could be. I think we've all raced Kimi, haven't we, at some point or another on iRacing? I do remember when I first saw Kimi on iRacing. So it was F3, and I think it was Imola actually. And I saw him winning a few races, and I was like, "Oh, who's this Kimi?" When I raced with him, he was starting from the back of the grid, and he was just like he kind of does now, starting from the back of the grid and just working his way through. And he was always, obviously he was quick. And this was, what, 3 years ago? So this was when he was 15, 14 years old, something like that. And, yeah, I always wonder, like, oh, who's this Kimi guy? Like, he's quick. And I never realised until a few years later that actually, oh, that's the Kimi. That's who that guy is. Is it me, or is Bortoletto the personality of a bag of potatoes? I can't comment really. I haven't seen really any interviews from him. So yeah, I haven't really seen any interviews with him, so I can't comment. I'd admit I've come across a few racing drivers in my time, and not a lot of them, with respect. They all have quite a particular, I don't know. I feel like it's more rare to find a proper personality in motorsport than it is. I feel like the norm is the norm for motorsport personalities is like they're quite reserved, quite dull. I'm gonna say. I've come across a few drivers in my time, and they're all kind of a bit dull. Maybe it's because they're all like a bit reserved, and they just want to beat everyone, like. And they don't really want to make friends and stuff. I don't know. Or maybe it's just me. But I feel like to get a personality is more rare, as Max Verstappen's out there at the moment. They're all too serious. Yeah, I think so. I think there's that as well. I think there's that. Danny Rick's still #1 for fans yeah, exactly. And I think that's why those sort of personalities get a lot of publicity, and that's why there's made a big thing about them, because having a big personality isn't normal in motorsport. You got a clip of Kimi intent wrecking someone? Doesn't surprise me. I mean, there's clips out there of Max Verstappen intent wrecking people. I mean, he got banned for it, didn't he, not too long ago as well. He wants to race Kimi again now that I'm better in SF. I'm quite close to his lap times now. Would be fun. Does he? He doesn't race. I haven't seen him in the Super Formula. I've only ever seen him in the SF Lights. Has he raced the Super Formula recently? I haven't seen him in that. Vettel personality was wonderful. Yeah, I mean, his personality grew though, didn't it? I mean, he was dull. He was dull, serious, and boring when he was winning those championships, and then he went to Ferrari, and as he got older, he started to mellow out more, didn't he? It's real interesting to see kind of like the progression of his personality as he got older. He did Virginia's Super Formula, and that's where he intent wrecked someone. Oh, really? Who did he intent wreck? He races sometimes slots. He did Monza a few weeks back. He always pops up. I'm surprised I didn't see him pop up for Imola, to be fair, but he was probably prepping for this. So, Imola was what, last week, wasn't it? So, You like the serious nature of some drivers, like seeing competitive. Yeah, no, I do like it when it's getting to. I do think there's a point of where you have to be serious, and you can't be all jolly with like your competitors and stuff. But yeah, like like just general personalities in motorsport drivers is yeah, they're quite unique. Where's Stroll? You're the only person who wants to know where Stroll is. He's in the car this afternoon. He woke up feeling a bit poorly, but apparently he says he's going to be good to go in the car this afternoon. So, as his teammate has just set his fastest first sector. But Alonso is also slowest in all of the speed traps, by the way. So there's something going on there at Aston Martin to low engine modes, high fuel, maybe more drag on the car. We'll see. But lots of work going on to the underside of Ollie Behrman's car today as well. So the Stake F1 car and Ollie Behrman, the Haas car, having work done to the rear of the car, underside of the car. So I don't know if that setup changes or if are the cars taking a bit of damage to the underside. Who knows? Hey Foster, welcome back, buddy. Yeah, all drivers have a life outside of F1, don't they? Stroll is sick, nanny mopping his brow. Alonso up into P9, but only a 32.3. So yeah, he's Aston Martin definitely doing some high fuel runs or running a lower engine mode. Morning, Jimmy. Good to see you, mate. Remember when it was last year, Aussie GP, when Alex threw an ice cream into a fan's face? That was peak fan stage. Did he do that? Did he throw an ice cream into someone's face? I didn't see that. Yeah, I see he has the GT3 Ferrari, yeah, because he puts sim races into it, doesn't he? Yeah, they never lose it, Endless. They never lose it. I've raced against Mick Schumacher. I beat him. But to be fair, it was his first sim race in like 3 years. I raced against Mick Schumacher. Did it in the F3. Antonio Giovinazzi as well. He's quick. He likes a sim. Who else we raced against? Raced against a few guys. Oscar Piastri I've crashed into. Foster! Welcome, buddy. Thank you for joining the pit crew. Actually, do I have some... Let's see. I think I may have some free subs to give away. I do! There we go. Don't say I don't ever give anything to you guys. Don't say I don't ever give anything to you all. Welcome to the pit crew. Rob, Wonk, Mario, Tony, Daniel, Nick, Stefan, Eric, Q-Storm, and Lando Norris fan. Welcome, guys. Welcome. And Foster, thank you for joining for the pit crew as well. They're all random, so there's no way I could choose who would get those, FYI. How is Verstappen in 4th place and Ferrari on 1st? Well, Raphael, what happened is that Leclerc put his foot on the accelerator longer than Max Verstappen did, and he braked a little bit less. And he went quicker. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. Oh, Jesus. Mick Schumacher didn't have what his dad had. Would have been nice to see the talent carry on. Yeah. I mean, he's still quick. He's still quick. I still think he had an unfair go at it at Haas. Sound alert. Yeah, hang on. Let me stop it. Yeah. It's because it's gone doing 10. That's why. What happened with Russell? Russell is out in the afternoon. Russell's out in the afternoon. Yeah, I think so. I still don't think, we discussed this earlier as well in the week. I don't think Mick Schumacher had a fair crack at the whip at Haas. I think it was very kind of unfairly treated at Haas. I don't think as well. I don't think they ever truly wanted him there. He was brought in for the sponsor. Even though he won F2, he was brought in for the sponsors that he brought in. So he was there for the money. As was, of course, Nikita Mazepin when he first joined. And he was kept on still because they lost kind of that, well, because of, obviously, the whole Russian sanction thing. And they brought K-Mag back, and it was like it was like the return of Christ when K-Mag came back, considering he was let go anyway for not being good enough. And, yeah, he just got unfairly treated. He was getting mixed signals of you need to go faster, but then you also don't need to crash the car. And, like, just his engineer was terrible to him over the radio and stuff as well. Very belittling, as was Gunther Steiner. It was very telling in Drive to Survive. And I just think it became a toxic environment for him to operate in. And, yeah, I think it's a shame he didn't get another opportunity elsewhere where he would have been treated more fairly. But sometimes, even with your last name, it only takes you so far. And unfortunately, it seems like it's kind of done. His time at Haas has done irreparable damage to him. So I'm not to say that I still don't think that really he's any better than, say, like Alex Albon. I think he's probably a midfield driver at best. But yeah, it's always a shame to see a driver not be treated that way. So very political at Haas. Yeah, I mean, good for start. I said it a number of times. It's no shock to me that Haas are now doing much better after Gunther Steiner left. And we've got contacts in Haas who have said that he was a bully. Gunther Steiner was a bully. So not great. I think Mick is better than half of the new rookies. I don't know. I mean, look, you can't tell. Too early to say in that regard. I don't judge rookies in that particular way, because anything from like F2 and Junior Formula is F1's just a completely different kettle of fish. So, what do I have against Albon? I don't have anything against Albon. I like Albon and I want him to do well. I just think he's a driver who, I think he folds under pressure. I do. And I think he's going to fold under pressure this year with Carlos Sainz alongside him. I hope I'm wrong. But, yeah. Albon's a solid midfield driver. But how good is he really? That's the question. Is he good enough to get back into a top team? This year is key to that. With Carlos Sainz alongside him, so. You always thought working for Gunther Steiner would have been a proper laugh. Oh no, apparently it was terrible. He comes across like funny for us to watch because we're not working with him. But yeah, apparently he was like super difficult to work with. He's not. You could see just from Drive to Survive that he wasn't a people person. He wasn't a man manager. He may have, like, there are some people that just should never get into management. Like, to be a manager, you have to be a people person. Like, well, I say you have to be a people person. Sometimes you can hire the right people around you to do that job for you. But for the most part, you may have all the technical knowledge in the world. You may be in the actual, like, what your job role is, you may be very good at it. But as a man manager and being able to manage a team, not everyone's cracked up to be that. Oh, why is there a yellow flag briefly in there? Did Alex Albon go off? Maybe to the next map through. So, and I've worked with people like that. I've worked with people who are very good at their job, but absolutely terrible in managing a team. Mick got a podium at Fuji last year. Yeah, well, at least he's found like a place for himself in like sports car racing, isn't he? Do I think Williams will get a podium? No. No, you've got to think for Williams to get a podium, 6 of the top 8 cars out of Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, Red Bull have got to have absolute shockers for Williams to get on the podium. 6, that's a lot of cars. And Williams don't have a pace advantage over any of those cars. So it would have to be an Interlagos, like we saw last year, situation where it's just red flag, ridiculous, so much rain that really the performance of the car is nullified to an extent so that midfield teams have an opportunity of getting on the podium. But I think there's a potential of some top 5s for Carlos Sainz, maybe, or even Alex Albon, depending on how Albon obviously performs, if he can get a lot out of that car. Even maybe for Haas. I mean, Haas is sneaky. We saw Gasly roaming around in the top 5 towards the end of last year, didn't we? So if he can do it, there's no reason why they can't. But I don't think that'll be the case at the start of the season. Maybe as the development goes on, depending on who decides in the midfield team to stick with their development path for this year and not focus so much on 2026. So we'll see. I'd be very surprised if we see a midfield team getting a top 5. Yeah, even a top 5 in like the first kind of 6 races, 5 races. Charles Leclerc's out on a used set of mediums right now, so we'll keep an eye out on his times. Last 2 laps were in the 36.8s on considerably used mediums. Antonelli lapping in the 35s on used mediums, but a lot younger. For the last 5, I mean that's consistent. Last 4 out of the last 3. He did a 35.5, 35.5, 35.5, 35.8, then a 35.3 there. Antonelli. Only a couple of attempts difference. What caused the brief yellow? I think Albon went wide to let Max Verstappen through. Why don't they use the soft tyres? Primarily because the soft tyre is too soft of a compound here. So the soft compound tyres that are designated here this week are like C5 and C6 compounds. So they're just way too soft for what this circuit requires. So at the Bahrain circuit, we normally have the hardest level of compound tyre that we use here, so C1, C2, C3. So the medium compound tyre that they're on now, even though it's the C3 and C4, they have been using the C4. Primarily, it's basically the soft compound tyre that would be used here at the race weekend of Bahrain. But you can see there, like Charles Leclerc's lap times dropping off dramatically, as technically he's on a soft compound tyre, and with 22 laps completed on that tyre and following in the dirty air of Antonelli, which is probably what they're trying to figure out, how the dirty air affects the car. He's just done a 37.0 last time around. Let's see what he does this time around. Cross the line, and Antonelli does another 35.7. And Charles Leclerc another 37 flat, so yeah. Max is much faster despite tyres being 5 laps older. Yeah, it could be a number of reasons for that. Fuel load, different engine mode. Don't look too much into it in that regard. Norris is on a long run at the moment. He's going on a long run. The last 5 laps, 32.2. So his first full lap on a set of hards, on those set of hards, was a 32.2. And then the last 4 laps, he's done a 34.7, a 34.0, 34.3, 34.5. So lapping consistently again in those 34s. Shaw was supposed to do this session. Did he swap out? Yeah, he's doing the afternoon session. He woke up feeling poorly. But apparently he's now feeling okay. Anyway, to tell which compound of tyre they're using, not through this, unfortunately, I don't believe. We have tried to check that. I'll see if I can again, but I don't believe there's an option on tyres to do that. Tyre history, that definitely doesn't show it. No, nothing in regards to what type of, I mean, tyre compounds, but it only shows medium, soft or hard. Doesn't actually give us the separation. This is through multi-viewer, but you do need F1 TV to do it, or F1 subscription. But this is a free app. Fast laps of the drivers were done on the C3s, except for Albon, who was on the C2. Okay, cool. Where did you find that info, Taco? Where is that? They should use different colours for different tyre compounds too. Oh yes, it is on the timing tower in F1. That's apologies, yeah. Yeah, everyone's on the C3 basically at the moment. So that is the soft compound tyre that would be used in F1 in the Bahrain race weekend. Oh no. Oh, where'd that yawn come from? Apologies, guys. It's the 3rd day of testing. I think you could bear with me. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't got the C2 option, C3 option, etc. on it for us here to be able to use. Can I add? Let's have a look, because I don't want to take up too much space. So what I can do, we don't really need to see this. Don't really need to see what tyre they were on beforehand. I need to see what they're on at the moment. Let's see if we can add maybe some... No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Sorry, guys. Just trying to... Let's see that. What? Oh, it's because it was... I pulled at the end. Well, that's not what I wanted either. Sorry, guys. I'm playing around with things here. What is... I wanted that bit there. That. Looks good. I'll see. I wanted that other bit. That's what I wanted. Hang on. I think it's that one. Is it that one? No. Nah, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. I'm going to keep it as it is. The throttle trace thing was cool. Was it? Okay. I'll add it back in. I'll add it back in. Which one? What? This one? This one? And that. Or maybe it's this one. Throttle position. Hang on. Maybe this is the one I'm looking for. Hang on. There you go. Or this one. You liked this one, did you? Yeah, I do like how it's laid out here. How is it laid out here? Onboard style responsive grid. Oh, I can't edit it. That's the problem. I think this is like unique, you know? Stick to the original. What's the original one? I don't know what the original one is. Is this the original one? Is this our original one? I don't like it like this. That's the problem. So right, hang on. This one, okay. Keep it like this for a bit. Let me just move. Hang on. Let me just do this. Hang on. We don't need I'll tell you what we don't need. Do we need interval? Do you want interval or do you want gap? Do we need interval? I'm trying to think if we need interval or not. Yeah, no need for interval, is there? I was trying to work out what the hell's interval for. Let's add speed. Hang on. Speed! Instead. And add it there. How's that? Is that alright? That better? Because then you actually get to see, like, alongside it, that the speed, obviously, the brake and stuff. Oh, yeah, where's the amount of laps gone? Bollocks. Sorry. Damn, where's the laps gone? Sorry, guys. Just trying to get this right. There we go. No, it's not so much it needs repairing, and it's more so just providing a bit more information, because it is testing after all. I'll revert back to the old format when we're looking at it afterwards. But sorry, when we go back to like practice sessions and stuff. But it just provides a little bit more for us in this last hour testing. So it is unnecessarily big, isn't it, the pedal section? That's why I wanted it like. Sorry for going backwards and forwards. That's why I like it like this. This is great, but I can't get it like that. It won't let me, which is really annoying. There's no option to fix that. We'll keep it like this. We'll keep it like this for the time being. If it gets annoying for people, I'll revert it back. But at least you're able to like follow your drivers, but you're keeping an eye out on them. You can see the inputs and stuff. So. In the race week, keep the speed column. No, I'll probably remove the speed column. Because there's too much information going on. There's too much. It's not needed. Testing's a bit different because obviously you're following specific drivers. But yeah. F1 always hides brake telemetry and just shows on off instead of a bar graph based on pressures. That is true, actually. Yeah, if you're looking at the brake pressure, it's just full or not full, isn't it? There's no like slow application of the brake. It's just full, 100% or nothing. Maybe we'll remove that then. Now, that's a good spot. That is a very good spot. Look how much space that took up, those brake pedals, by the way. That took up so much space. Current gear. Nah, that's messy. It's messy. I'm sorry for playing around with this at the moment, guys. I'm just trying to just provide a bit more information for you all, you know? We'll leave it like that. We'll leave it like that. We'll keep the speed, and that's it. Bit of a play around. Do you know what? I'm not an overall fan of the mini sectors. I feel like you end up just getting. I've never been a fan of mini sectors, to be honest with you. Like full sectors enough. There was just the data was a bit out of whack earlier on. He was on the fritz, so yeah. Don't worry, George isn't actually out on track and parked up, so. It's in freedom units. Shut up. Okay, let's have a vote. Let's have a vote. Who wants miles per hour? Who wants kilometers an hour? I'm so going to get outvoted here, aren't I? I'm so going to get outvoted. I've got an international audience. I don't know why I bothered asking this question. Give me a sec. Miles per hour is stupid. How dare you? There you go. I look, yeah. I don't F with democracy. I'm sorry, Anne. I'm sorry. We've been outvoted. We've been outvoted. I like miles per hour, but the Stuffeyy layout is just for racing, so there's a little bit less. There's not much difference, to be honest with you. It's just there's different information. There's a bit more information on the practice quali layout compared to the race layout. What have I got on the race layout? I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. Yeah. So you got gap, interval, a bit more on the tyre history. You've got the difference where they've moved up and down in position as well. So. Who wants to navigate 100 miles per hour when you could just say 160.9? I've got an international. Yeah, it surprises me really how many of you use kilometers an hour. Like, I've grown up on how quick a car. I judge cars on how quick they go from 0 to 60. Like, doesn't feel right going, what is it, in kilometers an hour, what is it, 0 to 100? 0 to 96. 0 to 96. How naff does that sound? We've just checked the throttle inputs. They're not great, Arnold. There's nothing like what it was on the overview page, so. We round it to 100. Well, yeah, exactly. You're breaking your own system there by rounding it up to 100. No, it's wrong. It's exact or it's not, you know? Lando over a huge slide just now, was he? Where was that slide? Was that through turn 13? Just trying to watch. Exit of hairpin was a replay. Okay. 60 is just arbitrary, no? No, because that's how the system was created. Look, I've already been outvoted. So there we go. Yeah, you got your kilometers now. You can see how quickly they're going. So on that basis, fastest in the speed traps based on kilometers an hour is 319 for Hadjar down the speed trap, which is at the end of the start-finish straight. What you'll be able to see as well and differentiate in particular is how quickly or how much does that McLaren get up to speed. At the moment, it's at the bottom of the speed trap. Yes, McLaren is the bottom of the speed trap. 10th place, Lando is 310 kilometers an hour. Let's see how quick he gets at the end of the start-finish straight. 293. 293 is what he got up to there. You have to put a strip of mask and tape down through that piece of television, so you want to see the miles per hour. Are we really going to see them on full beans? Because, like, at this rate, we can say we're excited for the new season. No, I mean, I think we'll see some proper performance runs later on this afternoon when the track's cooler. It's a bit hotter today, or hottest it's been all week, that's for sure. So yeah, maybe later on this evening we'll get some performance run and get the things get a bit spicy. But overall, probably not. But we should see quicker times later on. Which sports do I like other than F1? I like football, soccer. I'm a West Ham fan. That's my team. I also am a keen golfer, so I follow golf as well. I love sports in general. I keep an eye on tennis. I don't actively follow it, but I keep an eye on it, like the majors and that. So yeah. Cricket on top. Cricket's, yeah, I'm not a fan of cricket. Not a fan of it. Russell isn't in the middle of the track, so. Oh, hey, Connor. McLaren have been around 317 when they've been pushing. Yeah, it's exactly. So it shows that they can get up there, but the fact of it, they're down in the speed traps at the moment, and Lando's only hitting, what, 290 at the end of the straight, means that he's on a race sim at the moment, or has been on a race sim, and he is not running, obviously, a higher engine mode, or he's running more fuel. One of the two. Let me see lap times recently for Lando. So, came in there, technically did a pit stop. He's on a fresh set. So, yeah, he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did 8 laps on the hards, then came in and pitted. And then now he's on a fresher set. Yeah, they're doing not quite a race sim, but they're definitely doing something. Well, of course they're doing something, but they obviously got the engine mode turned down, or they're running higher fuel, maybe doing some high fuel runs on the hard compound tyres. Testing some elements out on the car. So, bro just disrespected Indian audience. I know, I'm so sorry. It's your main sport. It's not really what I've grown up on. It's not what I've grown up on, so. I do watch like the big events and that though, like the Ashes and stuff. I keep an eye on that. Do I like MMA? Yeah, I do. I don't watch too much of it though, because it's always at silly o'clock in the morning for me in the UK. Obviously, a lot of the events are held in Vegas or in the US, and I always miss it. So, I also kind of just don't like paying pay-per-view for fights. I know, obviously, with MMA that like you get a billing of like you get kind of like the whole night, but yeah, I've just never been a fan of paying for fights because, you know, I'm a quality surveyor. My day job is looking after kind of money and budgeting money and stuff, and always trying to find a deal, and I just feel like it's not good value for money. I just watch the highlights the next day on YouTube. What do I think about Graham Potter? Yeah, I think he's a good appointment. We should have hired him from the get-go. Should never have hired Lopetegui. So, yeah, thankfully we made the change, but I say sooner. We could have made it a lot sooner, but better late than never, I guess. And we are safe, and we've just had back-to-back wins. And in the long run, I think it'll be a good appointment for us. Team already looks to be playing better. The team already looks to be more cohesive than it ever was under Lopetegui, so that's a positive. What do I think about the Haas? Difficult to say. Really difficult to say. They've just respect them for it. They've just done their own. I mean, everyone's doing their own thing, but they're not caring about lap times. They're not caring about where they are. Well, they're caring about lap times, of course, but relative to themselves, not to anyone else around them. So they've clearly got a run plan. They've clearly got a set of goals that they want to achieve and data points that they want to look at and gather. And yeah, they've stuck to it. So maybe we'll see some performance runs with Ocon this evening or later on this afternoon. Maybe. But the way that they've approached these 3 days thus far, yeah, doing their own thing, and they've just been getting a considerable amount of mileage in as well. House looks to have a rear wing similar to McLaren and Ferrari today. Did they? They looked a bit more loaded. I mean, from the images I saw earlier on, they might have changed it, Connor. The one I saw earlier on still looked like yesterday's one. Let's have switched it out. Bearman was in the garage for quite some time. So yesterday was the barn door. Yeah, I felt like that's the one I saw earlier as well, when I was looking at the engine cover that had blown off. I mean, he has actually got under 33s today, Bearman. It's the quickest he's gone all week, so. Yes, Audi will be creating their own engine, yeah. Alonso said Aston Martin's aims 4th place. How many shots was that after? Really? No chance. No chance. Appreciate his optimism, but yeah, no chance for Aston Martin. It was after 7 shots you were there. Lando's last lap was a 35.4 after lapping in the 33s. Did he have a wobble somewhere? Or is that just a considerable drop-off in a tyre? That's a bit much. Is Declan Rice a legend? He is a West Ham legend, yeah. I consider him to be one. Played a considerable amount of years at West Ham, and look, he was the captain of our European Conference win. I think he should be considered a legend. Hadjar's been out there ages, by the way. 56 laps. McLaren looks a handful today, definitely out of the sweet spot mid-corner. Yeah, he's getting caught out by the wind as well through... Yeah, oh wow. Yeah, through turn 4. He's struggling through turn 4. So turn 4, I mean... I was going to say the wind's picked up, but I was thinking that was miles per hour, it's kilometers per hour. But yeah, they've been struggling through turn... Some of the cars, not all of them, but some of them have been struggling through turn 4 and turn 13. And the McLaren, particularly in Lando's hands, of course, this morning, he's had a lot of tank swappers through turn 4. So yeah, that car struggling with the wind direction through that corner today. Haas even last year focused only on race runs and testing because they want to always improve the race pace and tyre wear. Exactly, Gin, and that's what they've been doing here this week, so it seems. Stroll is ill. He was ill this morning, so he's in the. But apparently he's fine, and he's going to be in the car this afternoon. I mean, he's just getting a huge crosswind into T4, yeah. But depending on how you've got the car set up, some cars are dealing with that better than others, and the McLaren seems to be, yeah, it does seem to be affecting them the most. I don't think that he is really ill. He might have just been sleeping. Maybe. If Lewis is an 8-time champion, is he considered the GOAT? He is considered statistically the GOAT. We've discovered this. Oh, slippery track sector 18. There is no sector 18. What are they going on about? Personally, I don't like comparing GOATs. I think you can have more than one GOAT because there's different eras, different times. I think with Lewis, I can see the argument for him being the greatest of all time because statistically, and I guess because he's done it over multiple regulations, and winning a title at 40 would be amazing. But look, Michael Schumacher's a GOAT, Senna's a GOAT, Prost is a GOAT. Jim Clark's a GOAT. Like, they're all Fangio. They're all GOATs of their time. Have I been to the London Stadium? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've been to the London Stadium a couple of times. It's alright. It's got better over the years. It was a bit soulless when we first went there, but we've now made it into an actual football stadium. So... And I've been there on the European nights as well, and it's great. European nights are buzzing. Need to get back in there. To be honest, Lewis had a car that nobody could compete against him. What? Well, other than his teammate, I guess, for a while, and then obviously the Ferrari could go against him, but he still beat Ferrari, didn't he? Sector like the mini track sectors. Well, no. Normally when they say sector 18, normally it means like the corner. They're referencing the corner. There's only 15 corners technically on this track, designated corners, so... Would it have been mini sectors? I'm not sure they do they? Or maybe it is. Normally it's in reference to... Look, track surface slippery in sector 1. Why? Is someone leaking shit? PavK, yeah, people are, but we're not talking about Abu Dhabi 21, so please stop messaging that. People still want to be mad about it, that's down to them, but... Fangio is the most impressive to you. You could assemble an engine before the Grand Prix and spot the problem for the engineers to fix. Yeah, they were like all-in-one, weren't they? That was like an all-in-one package back then. Different time, man. Different time. Do we still have Ferrari dreamers? They think they're about to claim up the constructors. I'm a Ferrari dreamer. Hello? Yes, there's plenty of us. Because I actually think they will win the constructors this year. I think they'll win the constructors and Lando will win the drivers. If you haven't checked out my predictions video, go and check out where I've put everyone else. See if you agree. Let me know if you disagree. Yeah, that's what I think. I think, just look, regardless, whatever my predictions are, probably going to be wildly wrong, as maybe some of yours are as well. Oh! Red flag? I don't think that's a planned red flag. They normally do this in the last 5 minutes. That's very odd for them to do a red flag right now. Is this because they said there's... Is there a bit of debris or something? They're now saying it's clear in Sector 1 and Sector 18. Not sure. I'm waiting for the TV coverage to catch up for me personally to see what their reasoning is for a red flag. Maybe there was like some debris on the track or something. Glass broke. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to watch the TV coverage to see what the deal is. Oh my god. Glass is broken from the start-finish box. The start-finish box where they set off the lights and they wave the checkered flag and white flag. Something has dropped. I think something's dropped and broken on the racetrack. Nickel? No, it's a window, so it's safety glass, isn't it? And it's smashed. Oh dear. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. So, I mean, it's off. It's way off, like, the line, but they do have to clear that up. Nickel sulfide inclusion, probably. Oh, layman's terms, please, Connor. In English, Do I think Max is satisfied with the RB21? Not a Scooby. I haven't heard enough from him. Why did it break? Did he just lean into it? There's a man with a broom. Happens to Tempest glass, causes that to happen. Okay. Greatest race of all time, John Surtees. RB looks handful particularly. Yeah, I think... Contrary to what Max and what Helmut Marko have said about the car, and that it feels better than last year and it's stable and so forth, I don't think, yeah, from what I've seen as well, that's accurate. So they're not obviously going to come out and say the car is terrible. But yeah, I wouldn't, and I also wouldn't listen to any of the comments that Helmut Marko puts out there, because he is the biggest shit stirrer in the F1 paddock. So why that's not laminated though over a straight? I know this is probably the first time it's happened. I can't remember every time this has happened. So predictions equals opinion equals nice to dream and keep me busy between races. Exactly. Oh, well, that is bizarre. That's something. We've had a power cut here this week. We've had, like... Russell isn't actually on the track. That's just a glitch in the data. So this is the last day of testing. We have 42 minutes remaining of this session. I think the red flag will be removed pretty quickly. It's only them out there sweeping up some glass. And then we have an hour's break again. And then we have in the afternoon another 4-hour session, and then that's it. If you like doing these failure investigations at work, go find the glass inclusion and test it. Everyone's complaining about David Croft on the live stream of Sky Sports. People just like to hate, don't they, for the sake of hating. Like, I think Croft is actually a good commentator. Especially when you listen to what else... Oh, fucking hell. What was that? Especially when you listen to what else is out there. You don't really... Sometimes you don't realise what you've got until it's gone. And... Obviously... what's his name? Benjamin Harris came in, whatever it was. I can't remember his name. He came in, and I guess he did a good job. Personally, it wasn't for me. But... Yeah, I don't think people will realise how good Crofty is until, like, he's gone. Or if they swap them out for someone else. You know? I know people like Alex Jakes. Alex Jakes is good. I feel like Alex Jakes, though, puts a lot of emphasis, sometimes a bit too much, on, like, the trying to get those... I see people go, oh my god, this commentary is absolutely amazing. Don't get me wrong, it does come across good, but sometimes I feel like, yeah, maybe trying just a little bit too hard in regards to like the Charles Leclerc like monologue. Like they start to try monologuing, don't they, at the end of a race or something. They want to get like the sound bites and things. And don't get me wrong, it's good, but at the same time, it can be a bit too much. And I feel like sometimes now people feel like good commentary is just. Good commentary is just about like those monologues at the end of a race, which it's not. But Alex Jakes is actually good. I do like Alex Jakes. You liked him when you first started watching F1 in your teens? Was there a red flag? Yes, some glass broke on the start-finish line box. So the box that overhangs the track, where you press the start buttons, you obviously start the race, and you lean out and wave the checkered flag. A glass panel was broken onto the racetrack. So, yeah, they're just clearing it up. There you go. Red flag cleared. Nothing you can't sort out with a broom. Antonelli's been very solid. Minor mistakes here and there, but great potential if he attempts to be consistent and gradually build up. Yeah, I was chatting about it earlier, Jin. So what was really impressive, really, for me yesterday was while everyone was talking about Lando's race pace in his race sim, Antonelli's overall pace was very consistent with Charles Leclerc. And while we don't know, obviously, fuel loads and engine modes, because there's still those caveats, for me, the biggest stumbling block or biggest hurdle that rookies have to get over, and why really a lot of rookies don't hit the ground running necessarily in modern F1 cars, is... Oh, what? Oh, come on, you just green flagged it. Why is it... They've literally sent cars out there and they've red flagged it again. What? What is going on? But back to Antonelli. It's his tyre management. The fact that his lap times were so consistent in comparison to someone like Charles Leclerc. And yeah, even with engine modes and fuel loads unknown, that was impressive. That was impressive. And bodes well potentially for this season. Because look at Piastri. Piastri, it's taken him some time to get up to managing tyres, as it has for many other rookies as well. So good one, FIA. I know, I don't know why they send them out. Why did they send them out and then red flag it again? It feels forced. Yeah, sometimes it feels forced. And don't get me wrong, Crofty is guilty of that as well. He feels forced sometimes in doing it. But sometimes you just need to commentate what you see. I agree, Crofty is the reason I listen to Sky commentary, and quite contrary, I've seen him praising Max more than Lewis the last few years. Yeah, exactly. Look, you should be entitled to your opinions. And I don't think anyone should be above criticism as well. And this is what people mistake, is that any criticism against Max is British bias or bias here or there. And I've always said it, like, Jesus, go listen to bloody Viaplay, Dutch TV, or Italian commentary, or French commentary. I wonder who they're biased of. Yeah, I don't know why we've got this red flag again. Not sure why it's been called out again. Yeah, I don't know why the red flag's still out. There was an ATV on track. Maybe that's why the red flag. Yeah, maybe that's why they called it. They're going to be coming around to... There you go. There we go. So they waited for Antonelli and Alonso to come into the pit lane, and then they've just like released the red flag again. Okay. Okay. Max and his despicable fans are the worst thing to happen to F1. Look, Lewis, there's just as many bad Lewis Hamilton fans out there as well. There's a lot of toxicity online. There is. And a lot of them are just die-hard regardless. And they don't see fault in their own drivers. Which, for me, I just think is a wrong way to look at the sport. It's like in team sports. You know when your team's played crap. You don't defend them blindly every single time that they play. All right, lads. Calm it down. It's this little race down into the first corner. Whoa. Whoa. We've got 2 weeks until Australia, guys. You don't have to go racing yet. It's the internet. Idiots everywhere. Exactly. Exactly. And look, what gets clicks? What gets clicks online? Ryan, and that's the thing, isn't it? Is that it's you get more clicks from negative comments and people pushing back against those negative comments and stuff like that than you do from positive ones. So unfortunately, yeah, it's the way the world works. Online anyway, which is a shame. James Calero will start the 51 Ferrari on pole, and K-Mag and the BMW will start alongside him. Ooh. I will tune in. I'm just more interested in hearing those Aston Martins, even if they are starting down in like 17th. That was the most entertaining part of the session. It's the closest they've been together all time. Kimi and Norris going for it, yeah. Antonio stole the pole from the very last moment. Ripper of a lap from him yesterday. Is Antonelli a champion in F2? No, he's not. No. He's only did 1 year in F2. He did win a couple of races, though. He won in Silverstone and Hungaroring. So what tyres are they on? Norris is on a fresh set of hards. Antonelli's on old mediums. Behrman's on fresh set of hards. Bortoletto's on a set of mediums. Good to see Bortoletto get out there. Only 23 laps for him today. Alonso on a fresh set of hards. Doohan is also on a fresh set of hards. Oh, Lando, fastest in the first sector. On a fresh set of hards. Hello. I'm going to reserve my excitement, though, of potentially seeing a new purple lap, because Lando does have a habit of teasing us here this week. No, we're definitely not seeing true performance yet, Mama. No, definitely not. I wouldn't say necessarily sandbagging, but they're definitely still holding a lot of cards close to their chest. That's for sure. At the end of the day, I've mentioned it like I sound like a broken record. These cars on average are around a second, or have been each year as we've progressed through these regulations, over a second per lap quicker. And, well, when it comes to like peak performance anyway. And when it comes to the qualifying lap times, last year was a 29.1 and we saw a 29.3 yesterday. No one's probably, I mean, maybe we'll see that beaten later on as the track starts to cool. But yeah, they're still keeping their cars close to their chest. So really, in that regard, we've still got another second in performance, peak performance for those teams if that pattern continues of improving a second per year. So yeah, still a lot in the tank for these cars. Do I believe the 26 race will be favoured towards newest speciality? No, probably not. It's more an engine. It all depends on if you've created. Well, aero is always important, of course it is, but there's going to be more emphasis on the engine side of things because of how that's being reworked than it is on the recovery unit there. Than it will be on the actual aero. So of course, you'd rather have Adrian Newey than not have him on your team, but it's not going to be as influential as what these current regulations set is, where it's like a whole change in aero, the way that the aero package worked compared to necessarily the engine. So predictions for Australia. Lewis Hamilton win. Why not? Sod it. Puts the doubters, myself included, shows that he can qualify on pole and wins. Leads every lap, and he's like, suck it. Just enjoy the sport. The GOAT debate is pointless because you can't rate Fangio Clark. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the GOAT debate. I think everyone enjoys debating GOATs and stuff. It's fun to do so, but yeah, I don't put too much emphasis on it. I'm not a staunch Hamilton's the greatest, or Verstappen will be the greatest, or Schumacher's the greatest, or Senna's the greatest. Like, you can have your own GOAT at the end of the day, and I think that's fine. I've noticed that Haas hasn't looked fast in the first 2 days and even today. What do I think? Yeah, so we discussed this, they're just doing their own run plan. Last season, they're doing something similar to what they did last year, which is just focusing on themselves, focusing on their long runs, their race pace. Haas probably have made some changes again this year, as every team has, and they just want to focus on being good in the race. Maybe they're comfortable in their qualifying performance. Maybe they've seen data that indicates, yes, we're going to be there or thereabouts in qualifying like we was last year, but you earn your money on the Sunday, not on Saturday. So, even though qualifying is important, there's more room in the midfield for teams to be out of position in qualifying and make ground up. So, especially when it comes to looking after tyres and so forth. So, yeah, that's what they've been primarily focusing on, no doubt. Looks like Norris has damaged his floor on the curb, is he? Charles is on softs. He's on softs that would be considered softs in Bahrain. But the medium compound, it's a medium compound tyre here. So he's on the C3s. Melbourne isn't a very good track. Yeah, I agree. I think we should still be heading to Australia, but I do think a new circuit needs to be looked at in... I mean, we've got 4 DRS zones at Melbourne Park, at Albert Park, for God's sake, and there's still, like, no overtaking. I mean, come on. I mean, if you're having to introduce 4 DRS zones and you're still struggling to overtake, you should be looking at, okay, we need to look at other circuits in the country or build one or something like that. I don't know. Why is Russell a ghost car? Just a glitch in the data. There was some issues with the data earlier on in the session, so. Phillip Islands, I'm not sure if it's a grade 1 circuit, is it? This is the thing. I think there's circuits that could be adapted to maybe accommodate F1, yeah, in Australia. And I think we should still be going to the country. But I think, yeah, I just think Albert Park just isn't a good racetrack. No doubt it's probably a cool track to go to and watch F1, but yeah. Why did they remove refueling? I can't remember why they removed refueling. Probably health and safety. In the end, probably led by that, but yeah. Sydney V8 car track for F1. Yeah, we mentioned Sydney, so we saw that. Phillip Island is grade 1, is it? Oh, okay. So maybe that could be adapted. Yeah, I think Rasmus is right. I think refueling was removed for health and safety reasons. And I know obviously there's been discussions about like health and refueling being brought back, and we touched on this yesterday because someone asked the same question. I'm against it because it would make watching F1 actually more difficult than what it is now. So think of it right now. We aren't given the data on what engine modes these drivers are using. We aren't given the data on what those engine modes do in providing horsepower, and we don't know how much battery usage they've got. Like they're changing their battery map quite often during a race to give them more power and throughout a race. Obviously, we know that in battles sometimes they're recharging, which is why a driver may be catching them. And then they'll use it the next lap. We don't get that information given to us. And do you really think that if refueling was allowed to be a thing, do you really think that the teams would give the information or allow the information of what fuel loads they're starting on to the public? No. Hell no. And it would make things really difficult to assess. Why is that person quick? How much fuel have they got? And it would just make it more of a difficult watch. So Red Bull seems a bit slower in the corners compared to last year. I'm not sure about last year. I mean, the difference is that the Red Bull compared to last year, at this point in testing last year, was very dominant, wasn't it, compared to the rest of the field? So it looked very good. This time around, yeah, from the onboard shots that I've seen, it looks a bit more twitchy. I mean, he was just following in the dirty air there, Verstappen, of Ollie Behrman, and he was twitching so many corrections, especially through turn 11. That's what I just saw. It's not as planted as it was. So we'll see come race day. But yeah, I think there's still some work to be done on that Red Bull. Good morning, Trudy. Good morning. 5:30 New York time. You're committed. Welcome for tuning in, as always. And thank you, guys, for tuning in. If you hit that like and subscribe button, it'd be much appreciated. Longer pit stops might be more fun, though, even if it's not refueling. Slower stops might be more fun. I don't know. Not really, because then everyone's making longer pit stops. So it levels itself out across the field and the race. That's just my opinion, but... having fuel for a whole race is better, right? Well, it's also for the viewers as well. Like, we know they're all starting with roundabouts 100 kilograms of fuel. Sometimes some of the teams will put less in, and they'll try, because they know that there might be some fuel they're going to do some fuel saving throughout the race. But for the most part, yeah, everyone's there or thereabouts, like within 10 kilograms of each other. So you don't ever have to, as a viewer, think about them not having having a full tank of fuel. Basically, you don't ever have to think about fuel. On the odd occasion, they'll have to lift and coast, but yeah, not too often. The time that they'll have to lift and coast sometimes into corners, primarily for like tyres, like not leaning on the tyres as much, so they look after them. Leto and Albon having a bit of a tussle there, aren't they? Easy, lads. Easy. Greetings, Marianne. All the way from the Netherlands. I say all the way from the Netherlands. You're not actually that far. If there was a bridge built between us and the UK, it would be like me driving to the Midlands in the UK. Be a couple of hour drive. This is the thing, is that I think everyone's, like, Red Bull probably have improved and probably maybe sorted out a couple of issues from last year. But how is it in relative to Red Bull and McLaren? Sorry, Red Bull. They are Red Bull. How is it relative to the improvements that Ferrari and McLaren have made on what was already a strong end to the year for them both? I think, like, that's the thing. I think they're just going to be too quick for them. So I'm just outside London, Georgian. Southeast. So, London. Please, Aston Martin, don't disappoint. Ugh, don't keep you. I wouldn't get your hopes up too much for Aston Martin. Right, what's occurring out on track at the moment? What's occurring out on track? Everyone's just doing their runs. Leto has hit the top of the speed traps with 320 kilometers an hour, and I think that was just now where he was in the slipstream of Alex Albon. But Lando Norris is still slowest in the speed traps with 311 kilometers an hour. But Norris is, interestingly, second fastest at the finish line. So he has good acceleration off of the corners, but his speed trap isn't actually that quick. Will Hamilton come in the afternoon? Yes, Hamilton's in the car this afternoon. Verstappen's in the car all day. Piastri's in the car this afternoon. George Russell is. So yeah, all those drivers that are yet to drive: Gasly, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Hamilton, Russell, Piastri, and Lance Stroll, who isn't on there yet. We have been informed because he felt a bit poorly this morning. He is going to be in the car this afternoon in replacement of Alonso. And of course, Sainz and Liam Lawson drove all day yesterday, which means that they're not driving today. Between Lawson and Tsunoda, who deserves the second Red Bull seat more? Ugh, tough one. I think Yuki probably deserved an opportunity at that Red Bull seat. But they obviously have assessed that Lawson has a higher ceiling and Tsunoda hasn't done enough to get over what is a big hurdle of his relationship with Honda. So, but I do think Yuki, even though he's had a lot of lows, just as many highs, he probably has deserved an opportunity. But yeah. What British food do I like? Fish and chips. Fish and chips and a nice full English. That's what British food I like. I'm not a big fan. I'm going to annoy a few British people here. I'm not a fan of baked beans on a jacket potato. Or beans on toast. Not really a big fan. I do like beans, but I don't like that as a meal. Will there be a battle between Leclerc and Hamilton, like between Hamilton and Nico? I think they'll tussle a few times for sure, yeah. I don't think it will be to the extent of what happened with Nico, because they were clearly a cut above the rest, weren't they, in regards to the performance of that Mercedes. And I don't think we're going to see that this year with how close or with how good McLaren are. So if Ferrari have a stonking car and they look good, I don't think they'd have a clear advantage over McLaren. So, beans on toast. Do you not realise this was a thing, Taco? Yeah, beans on toast. It's like a standard... I mean, British cuisine is not the best. I'm just letting you guys know. We're not exactly famous for our cuisine. Full English is like... That's it. I think a lot of people like a full English breakfast, but... yeah. We have some quite disgusting... We have some quite disgusting cuisine dishes here, so... I don't really watch the Sidemen, no, Georgian, no. Not really my sort of content. A Ferrari looks like the RB21 from the front and inlet, so I don't see how they will master that new aero quicker than the actual RB21. Well, it's everything else around it as well, isn't it? It's everything else. I mean, they've obviously developed on what they had was a good base last year. So while it may look similar, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is throughout. So... video with the live stream? No, can't do that. Copyright. So. On board with Alex Albon and that Williams on the... What compound tyre is that? C2. C2. So it's a medium compound tyre in essence. In Bahrain. How's he through turn 13? Yeah, I haven't seen one car. I haven't seen one car on one set of tyres not have to correct mid-corner into turn 13. Bit of a weird corner, isn't it? Even if it's very slight, no car just turns into that corner and it just does what it wants for them. The rear gives away at some point, or it's like complete understeer. Leclerc on a push lap. He's in the pits. It's not on the push lap. But 17 minutes remaining of this last AM session of testing of day 3. Thank you for joining us all. 263 of you in here. Please continue to hit that like and subscribe button. We'll be back, of course, at 12 o'clock. The stream is ready to rock and roll, so you can head on over there in between your break. Good morning, Bautista. Good morning. I just missed an on-board shot there of Max Verstappen. Was that a good on-board shot or was that a poor on-board shot? Is that why they showed it? Right. Leclerc's back out. Was this just like a routine pit stop for him, or was it something else entirely? Or is he out on a brand new set? No, I think it was just like a routine pit stop. So... where are we? Let's have a look. Yeah, Leclerc's doing some long runs. So, FYI, this is how consistent Leclerc's been the last 10 laps. All within a couple of attempts of each other in the 36s. So he's been in the 36s for the last 10 laps on that set of mediums. Of course, the last lap was an in lap, so 39 seconds. And this out lap obviously will be slow. But after that, let's see how he gets on a set, a medium, which is in effect a set of softs, a C3 tyre. So oh sorry, oh my god, sorry, a couple of yawns creeping up on me. Do I think Verstappen's going to win the next championship? Ooh, no. Max out of the car. He's done for the day, I think. Does he look happy? Does he look upset? Just seeing Max's facial expressions to see if he's giving anything away, any hint at all. Between Charles, Norris and Verstappen, it's close. Can't rule out Russell either, but the other three are on a league of their own. I've ruled out Russell. Don't think Mercedes will be at the races. Why not? Why not? You'll have to go check out my predictions video. I've repeated myself quite a few times on why I think Verstappen won't win the championship this year and where I think he will finish. But I will tell you, I think it will be Lando Norris. I think Lando Norris will win the championship this year. That's my prediction. No. Someone just commented on my predictions video, FYI. I have honestly never seen such a bad prediction. Oh, no, sorry. That was on someone else's. That was commenting on someone else's. Sorry. I thought that was on mine. I was like, oh, really? Don't think Lando has it in him? I think he does. I think last year... I think last year is a defining moment in Lando's career. And I think he has learned a lot from it. I think he consistently put himself in positions to win races. Yes, he didn't win as many as he should have done. But McLaren have got that monkey off their back now in regards to winning the Constructors' Championship. They can focus on giving the support of Lando. Of course, Piastri will be there, but I still think Lando will comfortably have the better of Piastri. I could be wildly wrong. I feel like I could be wildly wrong. But I just think there's an air of confidence around McLaren. They've definitely got a good package this year. And Lando proved with 4 race wins last year. But look, he can be there. He can win a world championship, in my opinion. 3 days strong watching the streams pass. Thanks, man. Hopefully I haven't repeated myself too much. And hopefully each day has been very different to the last. We should potentially have a guest this afternoon from the Mixed Apex crew. Spanners is going to join us for an hour or so to help us through the last session of the week. So you can ask him some questions as well, and just be good to hear a different voice rather than my own. Piastri World Drivers' Championship. Yeah, I think, look, if the car's right, I think any of the top 5 I predicted could win the championship. But obviously, it's always car dependent, isn't it? But I do think Max in particular, without going on too much about it, because I've kind of spoken about it enough, I just think the Red Bull is not going to be a good car this year compared to Ferrari and McLaren, who have both have good driver partnerships. The one, I think, not a one saving grace, but I think a saving grace for Max and him getting some results may be that both of those two teams trip up over each other into team battles and that. So, but yeah, put Lando back in the same positions in Austria, COTA, and Mexico. Does he drive differently? Austria, I don't think there's too much more he could have done. That was Max playing naughty with him moving in the braking zone, jinking in the braking zone. That was down to that should have been down to the stewards to tell Max, no, stop doing that, stop jinking in the braking zone. And then I think Lando would have held one of those moves on the inside. There was also a move where Lando dived up the inside, kept it within track limits, and yet Max kept it planted round the outside and then retained the position, and he didn't get a penalty for it. He was able to retain it. So I feel like Austria, probably no. But I feel like Circuit Americas, 100% yes. He should never have left any room for Max up the inside into turn 1. That was naivety from him, thinking Max wouldn't go for that move. Then Mexico, once again, wasn't his fault. Did he qualify behind? Where did he qualify, Lando? Where did he qualify? But the actual incident in itself, where he overtook Max, he did absolutely fine. And then it was Max, obviously, forcing Lando off. And that, once again, was the fact of the penalties probably weren't the correct... Well, I say weren't the correct penalties. They were technically the correct penalties. But I feel like Max benefited from the fact of that they were stop-go penalties that were taken at the pit stop rather than a drive-through penalty that would have to be taken basically like next lap. There are certain penalties where you have to take them instantly, like the next lap, and I think that's the best option for those sort of penalties for those moments, because Max was able to hold Lando up for another like 10 laps or so, and then he took his penalty in the pit stop. Whereas that time he lost behind Max in the dirty air ended up being influential to him not being able to win the race. So yeah, there's definitely things that he could have done differently. And I've said this before. I did a video on what I think Lando needs to do differently this year. He needs to stop trying to bloody overtake people on the outside. Like, the way F1 works, overtaking is very unique in F1, the fact that the rule is ahead at the apex. And contrary to what people believe, it is not how 99% of motorsport series go racing. That's not how the rules are implemented. It is only in F1. It's very unique to F1. And the head at the apex rule, if you're on the outside, you're at a severe disadvantage. And you need the inside line, the inside driver always has the power. And that is what Max knows. Max never lets anyone up the inside. So Lando, specifically when he comes up against Max, or any other driver for that matter, he has to try and get that inside line as much as possible. Because then you're able to force the other driver off. Trying to get ahead at the apex around the outside, you're just covering more track, and it's so much more difficult to do. And then there's always this, Max is great at it, just rolling off the brakes. You just roll off the brakes if you're on the inside, and as long as you stay within track limits, you can force that driver off the track. So, as long as you stay within track limits. So yeah, that's something that Lando needs to do, and it'd be interesting to see if he's learned from any of those lessons last year. Very unique, very effing stupid. Yeah, I don't like the racing rules the way they are. Brazil 2021 is the extreme version of ahead at the apex, but that's just negligence on the steward's part, because it doesn't matter which driver that is. That's not racing. That's not a fair move. There is no way in any racing series ever where that is an acceptable move, an acceptable defense. But they wanted a championship battle. That's the problem. Entertainment was prioritized. But yeah, not going back to 2021 as much. But like, yeah, that's not racing. That's not what I want to see, regardless if I support Lewis Hamilton or not. Like, I want to see drivers go side by side for multiple corners at a time. That's a buzz for me to watch. Is to watch drivers be good on the brakes and keep it within track limits and go side by side with other drivers for multiple corners. I don't want battles to be ended after a single corner, and that's where we've got to in F1. So yeah, WC formation lap is on. Oh, we've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll be able to catch the start of it. What channel? I don't know what channel it's on. I don't think it's on TV, is it? But it might be on TV. Oh man, I'm getting tired. Sorry, guys. 3 days, 8 hours of streaming per day. I'm not. This is new for me. Oh, it's on BT Sport. I haven't got BT Sport, so I can't watch the start of it. There we go. Standard safety car and systems tests at the end with 5 minutes remaining. It's on WEC TV. Is that free, is it? It might not be free in the UK because there's TV rights. So. Oh, God, sorry. Oh, caught up to me. It's caught up to me. I know. I am trying to stay hydrated. I am. I'm trying. Where is my bottle of water? I don't know. Oh, it's right there. I'm trying. This is just testing the systems. Testing the systems in testing. You see two ants, one that is moving and one that is just past turn 3. No, the one past turn 3 is Russell. There was a glitch in the data earlier that showed he was out on track, but it wasn't. It was a mix-up between his and Antonelli's data. So it's not free. You paid €9 to watch the race. Oh, okay, fair enough. How long have I been awake? I've been awake since 6:30 UK time. So went live at 7. I say that, actually no, I've been awake really since like 6:15 because little one woke me up. I didn't go to bed till like 12:30 though. So I'm hoping for a lay-in tomorrow. Track clear, there we go. That's basically it. That's pretty much it for this session. What others predictions are you guys predicting in the Stake F1? Do not finish last. Williams score more points than Alpine. McLaren win 8+ races. Ferrari themselves enough to finish 4th. Green light, pit exit open again. Anyone going to go out for one last dash before lunch? Doesn't seem like it, does it? Doesn't seem like it, guys. Well, what I will say, with 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Oh, Borsaletto is. He proved me wrong. Oh, Hadjar is as well. I'm guessing they all get to go around and do a start procedure, don't they, actually? So, actually, it makes sense that they go out. Forgot about that. You saw Tomo's predictions as well. I can't remember what he predicted. The only thing I remember from his predictions was that I think Charles Leclerc was going to be champion. I think I saw Sainz. He predicted Albon to finish in the top 10 and Sainz to finish quite low down. And also the Stake F1, both Stake F1 cars to finish like 13th and 14th or something, or 12th and 13th. Like, they were a lot higher than what I've put them. But hey, look, there are his predictions at the end of the day. He could be wildly wrong. He could have some right. I mean, I could be wildly wrong. But I haven't listened to see what his logic was behind it all. I just saw kind of like a screenshot. So I listened to Matt and Tommy's, and Matt and Tommy. I haven't used anyone's predictions to influence my decisions, by the way. Matt and Tommy don't do, or they haven't done like a standard 1 to 20 predictions. They've just what they've done is that they do things differently. So they do their top 3. They do like best surprise, like that. They do like a top 3, and then they do it differently. Basically, they kind of have categories, I think is the best way to describe it, rather than actually have from 1 to 20. So. Yes, they are. Yeah, they were the guys from WTF1. Yeah, so they went off and started themselves. So, are you talking my Sainz Albon take is white hot, or his take, or Tomo's take is white hot? Which driver's going to finish ahead in each driver pairing, is your opinion? Well, we can run through my predictions later. Oh, we can run through my predictions later and do that this afternoon, if you want, because that's basically what I think is who's going to be ahead of who. So yeah, check out that video and you'll be able to see who I'm putting ahead of who. So yeah, we'll go from there. Do you mean white hot as in good or white hot as in bad, John? But that is it for this morning's sessions, guys. That is it for this morning's session. We'll be back, of course, for this afternoon, in an hour's time. So go over to the next stream, which I already have posted. You can turn your notifications on. You'll get notified, I think, is it half an hour before I go live? But yeah, we can run through my predictions again this afternoon, or who I think is going to be ahead of who. But they pretty much detail of who I think is going to be on top of the inter-team battle. You hear it isn't not nice to call people bad names. Who's calling who people bad names? But anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I need to go get some lunch and yeah, some caffeine, and we'll catch you guys in just under an hour's time. Thanks as always. We'll see you then. Bye.